Good evening, everybody. Hi, I'm Mayor Eric A. Stewart, and I'm here to open up today's special adjourned meeting. And we'll start off with Councilmember Francis leading the council in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. So as this is an adjourned meeting, of course, we will not have public comment beyond the items that are on the current agenda, which is, of course, the budget and the urban forestry review. We'll go ahead and start today with the budget. We have Natalie Harnett and Emily Jackson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We're certainly glad to be here tonight, and I'm going to kick off, just talk a little bit as we jump into the next pieces of our budget process. I believe overall, not counting all the advisory body meetings, we've got about 12 different meetings that the council has identified where you'll be discussing aspects of the financial plan. So there's ample opportunity, and the highlight of that is going to be coming up on January 26th, and we'll be inviting the public to participate in the community forum. And Hans will speak later about that tonight. I just want to convey a couple aspects as we think about the financial plan. Is that the budget foundation? This is a key critical milestone in the financial planning process. We're not asking for decisions tonight, but we really want to lay out really the broad strokes of how we put together the budget, some fundamentals about budget details, and most importantly, just reemphasize some best practices that has really positioned the city over the last 175 years to really be in a position of financial stability. And it's that continued focus on a balanced budget and prudent policies that really helps guide staff. I talked about the ample opportunities for public input, and you're going to hear from the public tonight. And in your packet, we've provided input from advisory bodies and a summary of the information that came from the community survey. It goes without saying that COVID has shaped the 21 to 23 financial plan, and 23 to 25 is our first financial plan, really, maybe some people might say post-COVID. Many of you may recall the refrain that we were using during COVID about COVID Mountain. You'll see our figures as we've came down COVID Mountain. We've been on quite a journey and over time. And whether we're at the bottom of this and what happens next. And we developed these slides last week, not knowing what Mother Nature would bring us earlier this week. And that will be something that I think the council is going to have to take into consideration, particularly as it thinks about its capital improvement program. Your staff is out there today doing work on assessing the damage in our community. As of this afternoon, was over $12 million of damage in both private and public infrastructure. And we're not done yet. We're working with the other cities in the county to provide a summary of that information by close of business tomorrow evening. There's clearly going to be some capital improvement projects. They're going to have to jump forward in the CIP process because they are life and safety, health and safety, and in order for us to maintain the critical infrastructure that we have. And so the finance team, the community services team have been doing a lot of work on trying to put that CIP together, and then we were thrown a curveball. So we'll keep the council abreast of that, and we'll talk a little bit more about how we intend to integrate some emergency planning and preparedness conversation into the forum that's scheduled on January 26th. We're We're keeping a close eye on the Federal Reserve Bank, supply chain, and economic trends. When we entered into the 21 to 23 financial plan, we entered into it with best intentions. I think a lot of us had hope and promised with the arrival of vaccines and the uptake of vaccines that we would quickly move through the pandemic. Little did we know that there would be a resurgence of variants, that those variants across the world would impact supply chains and that there would be economic impacts. I think no one realized that, 11 months ago that we would have the invasion of Ukraine, which had impacts to our economy and here locally. We've seen those larger macroeconomic issues are having major inflationary impacts on operating and capital programs. And you've seen, if you've read the headlines, we've approached nearly double digit inflation month over month. There was some encouraging news, I think, yesterday morning about inflation coming down to 6.5%. So some of the Fed's actions are tempering inflation, but ultimately we'll have to see how this plays out. The huge influx of cash, the trillions of dollars in personal and then corporate savings, and in addition to the stimulus that was thrown into the economy, really heated up capital investment. And so we saw last year over year, a 23% increase in our capital program. And so what does that mean is that the CIP costs that we had just 2 years ago that we imagined, if we brought forward the year 3 and 4 CIP projects into the financial plan, they cost significantly more. And so as we've indicated in the staff report, that gap is anywhere from $8 to $12 million that we have to make up. And so we're starting from that perspective, notwithstanding the news earlier this week of the impacts of the flood. We are monitoring closely locally. So when we think about the worldwide, the national, the regional, statewide and regional, and then local impacts and trends around economic recovery, we had a chance just late Friday, and Natalie will talk a little bit more about this information that's specific to our own city. And what we see is a plateauing of economic recovery and revenue. So the recovery that we've seen that's been double digits over the last couple of years, that is going to completely flatten out as the Fed's actions have an impact on overall consumption and our revenues, particularly on sales tax. We've emphasized this, and I think this has always been something that we wanted to make sure that, one of my responsibilities under the charter is to provide a balanced budget to the city council. And I think we will see some of that come forward as we present the 5-year forecast on February 7th, that, new items and or just the existing commitments that we've made already, notwithstanding the flood, are going to require some trade-offs. So it will take a lot of work to deliver a balanced budget. We talk about that in the staff report, the CIP team, the financial plan steering committee team. You have hundreds of employees that are working on this to try to balance out core services, the delivery of commitments, capital improvement programs, et cetera. We've been on a trajectory for a number of years on a path for legacy investments. Some projects that we've talked about for literally decades, and some 3, 4, 6 decades. The Prado Road overpass, the Prado Road bridge, the Palm Napomo parking structure, now referred to as the Cultural Arts District parking structure, replacement of the Public Safety Center. These are all legacy investments that take a lot of time to mature through the planning process, the permitting process, and the financing process. And so you'll see proposals to continue those investments, but we'll await ultimately the direction we get from the council on the major city goals. The city has added many services and programs in the last 2 years. We've added over 60 FTEs since the 1921 financial plan. And these are FTEs that we've needed to respond to community needs, whether it's homeless response manager, the DEI manager, investments in our sustainability programs, adding additional staff for the delivery of capital improvement programs. we are people serving people. That's our mission of our organization. And so we need staff to deliver the programs that the council has asked us to provide for San Luis Obispo. Our one aspect that I want the council to bear in mind as we think about the 5-year forecast is that we are rapidly growing. And I think I've shared with the council in the last few months our overall growth trajectory compared to the rest of the county. And you'll see in those growth trajectory that in the city, meeting one of its major city goal objectives, which is actual production of housing consistent with our arena allocation, that this new growth and development is going to demand increased operating needs and costs. Months, you have a lot of strategic plans that are coming to you because we need policy guidance. Because these are ones where we need the council as the elected body to really provide recommendations. And then lastly, we think, based upon good, sound management and organizational practices, that through this process, and this has been the history of the city, is that we allocate resources to the highest priorities. And then in doing so, we manage expectations throughout this process. So, with that, Mayor and Council, I'll conclude my kind of open remarks. I'll turn it over to Emily and Natalie. They're going to walk you through the presentation. We'll invite Hans up for a portion of the presentation to walk the community through the community forum. As always, we're ready to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Derek. So tonight we have 4 items on the recommendations, although there's no action needed by council. We'll be reviewing the 23-25 financial plan goal setting process. Council will be providing staff with the initial input relative to the existing major city goals, review and provide feedback on the revised city budget and fiscal policies, review and discuss the general economic outlook for the 23-25 financial plan, and review the long-term capital outlook plan. So a little bit of context here. We do the budget not only just for fun, but there are some requirements behind it. So here in the blue, this is straight from our city charter. So the city manager must provide a detailed estimate of the amounts required to do business, and council must hold a public hearing on the proposed budget at which the community can provide feedback. In terms of our adopted budget policies, the city has a comprehensive budget policy language, but the main objective is to link resources with identified community needs and council goals. That is part of the process that we are embarking on now. We follow a 2-year financial plan, which has several advantages listed here. in terms of long-range planning and reduction in staff resources. However, the budget is reviewed quarterly and the actual appropriations are done on an annual basis. Some legal context. A city may not spend public funds without legal authorization to do so. Among other things, a budget appropriates public funds, thereby providing the legal authorization from the governing body to expend these funds. Cities are required to establish appropriation limits pertaining to the proceeds of tax revenue. That is something we do through the budget. And the city must establish a balanced budget that does not assume liability above the forecasted revenue. Government code also requires local agencies to file a budget with the county auditor. And in order to qualify for federal funds, we must comply with the federal single audit, which would not be possible without a budget. So moving into goal setting, you'll see on the bottom I have a little like flight path of the different sections of the presentation. A little background on city services and how it relates with the goal setting process. Sorry, I didn't realize there was animations on here. It's important to keep a lens of what the city's obligations are while we go through goal setting. We are a full service city, providing everything from public safety to infrastructure to recreation services. The purpose of goal setting is really to focus in on what the most important objectives are for the upcoming 2 years, and to determine how we can link those objectives and goals throughout city operations in order to achieve them. The last several years have been a bit unusual because we've had an influx of revenue from both ARPA and the passage of Measure G20. But as Derek mentioned, the city is also growing and we're feeling the pressure on the expenditure side from both capital and operating. Many of our major city goals over the years have really turned into ongoing standard operating procedures. They've come through year after year as goals and priorities of the community and have been incorporated in our core services. So I did want to note that even if these specific goals are not chosen as the major city goals, we've implemented these programs and they won't be going away. So for example, we have a climate action plan, we have a housing program, we have a DEI program that are all ongoing things. So as we move forward this year, more so than most, we'll just need to set realistic and focused goals for the next 2 financial plan years. This is just a quick slide on staff growth. Over the years, over the last 2 years, we've added many positions, largely thanks to Measure G20. And this is everything from staff and internal services to field staff and CIP, like engineering staff. So after years of tightening the belt, the 21-23 financial plan allowed us to add back some of those much needed resources. However, those positions also do have an ongoing impact. And even if our revenues may plateau and kind of go flat, the expenditures are still going to continue to increase. So it's a delicate balance. Looking at the 2-year financial plan process, I kind of touched on this earlier. The 2-year financial plan process reinforces the importance of long-range planning in managing the city's fiscal affairs, concentrates on developing and budgeting related work programs to accomplish significant objectives to bring resources to focus on those objectives. It also helps to establish realistic timeframes, as a lot of things aren't achievable in a single year. Creates a proactive budget that allows for stable operations and service delivery and assures the city's long-term fiscal health, as well as reducing the amount of time and resources allocated to preparing a budget, say, on an annual basis. Budget foundation is the second major step in the financial planning process. However, many of the public engagement efforts have already been underway since November. The purpose of Budget Foundation is really to review the goal setting process in a little bit more detail, take a look at some of the initial public input that we've received, and provide council with more of a foundation on the city's economic outlook as well as the fiscal policies. I will now have Hans Poshbin, our assistant to the city manager, come up and bring us through some of the survey results.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here tonight. Uh, as you know, we did our community priority survey. This was done online. Really, the goal of this should the city aim to accomplish outside of those core services that Natalie was just talking about. This year, we had 1,300 respondents, which was a slight 1% uptick from the last time we did the survey, but still more is better. We made a small change this year to allow people to say on the first question, I want to keep my goals the same. Let's just keep moving forward. About a third of respondents did that, and others chose to go through and provide detailed responses on what they thought the major city goals should be. Thank you. As you can see on the chart, this was the main options that we had provided to respondents to choose from. This was based on previous feedback received in prior community surveys. As you can see, a lot of them are actually already major city goals and that we've kind of merged and combined them together. The top 5, homelessness, infrastructure, open space, downtown vitality, and housing are all current major city goals. There's one thing to note at the bottom. There was an option for somebody to select other. In this other option, 164 people chose other. This mouse is not working. As you can see, 27 people chose to bring up childcare, which is an important issue and I believe also kind of covered in our economic development currently. People also chose to write in things that were already included in the survey. So you'll notice that with homelessness, mental health issues related to homelessness, and parks. So kind of just in the top 10 major themes. I went through all 164 of them and kind of grouped them. After this, you get down to like 3s and 1s and things like that. Coming up on January 26th is our community forum at the Ludwig Center from 6 to 9 p.m. I'm really looking forward to this. We're bringing in Summer Keeley from the Center for Organizational Effectiveness to be the facilitator for the event, and she will also be the facilitator for the council goal setting workshop. And I know that some of you have already met with her as well in advance. Meeting will kick off with a welcoming open from the mayor and city manager. We'll have a presentation about what comes next in the financial planning process to make sure everybody there knows what's happening. We'll get an introduction from the facilitator where she'll walk through the progress and how we're going to do the community forum this year. We're changing it up a little bit, and stations will be more technologically advanced. Instead of looking at doing lots of dots, we're going to have people come through and look at, okay, here's all these potential major city goals. If this was selected as a major city goal, how would you want staff to address that issue? So we are working with the departments and the relevant staff to identify items that they believe would fall into that potential major city goal and would be beneficial to the community. After that, there'll be a chance for public comment and a nice closing from our mayor. If individuals are unable to attend, they can send an email to communityforum@slowcity.org. We will have the bike valet there, so if you'd like to bike in, it is also very transit accessible as we are right near the transit station. And Parks will be providing some age appropriate for games for some children. All right, looking now at the proposed breakout areas. So based upon the survey results, staff identified homelessness as these 8 breakout areas: homelessness, housing, infrastructure, multimedia transportation, open space and climate action, economic development / downtown vitality, diversity, equity, and inclusion, REOC, the local revenue measure, is a required one, and then a new ideas station, where the new ideas station will be solely about people providing new ideas that weren't provided by staff. And every booth we'll have the opportunity for individuals to provide new ideas on what they think the city should be doing to address these potential major city goals. Given recent events, staff would like to ask councilors to think over the thought of whether or not they'd like to add a ninth booth, which would be emergency preparedness and response. We do have space within the Ludwig Center to do that, and staff believe that they could accomplish that. At each booth, we will have staff on hand who are experts in these areas. They lead these programs, and they'll be able to answer questions, provide feedback, have that conversation with individuals so that they can feel heard and also understand why staff is recommending these different proposals.
Thank you, Hans. So the community forum will also be an opportunity for the community to provide feedback on the local revenue measure. We are required to hold an annual citizens oversight meeting. This is during financial planning years. This is held as a joint meeting with City Council at the community forum. Staff will incorporate this feedback into recommended projects and services that are funded by local revenue measure. Ultimately, the identified projects and services will be reviewed by the Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission for consistency with the priorities in March before the budget presentation to City Council in April. As part of the City Council member guidelines, we ask you to encourage the community to submit comments about desired goals and invite residents and community members to participate in the forum. We want to encourage an open discussion area and ask that council acknowledge all input and listen openly to all perspectives. Based on the feedback and input received after the forum, council members will be asked to prepare goals by their own individual candidate goals by Wednesday, February 8th. We corrected that date. It was incorrect in the report, but it's the 8th. And then we will compile those goals and send them out to all of the council members before the meeting on February 11th, which is a Saturday. The goal setting workshop is really a roll up your sleeves kind of meeting to develop the major city goal tasks and identify any connections between goals and the potential use of local revenue measure and specific program objectives. It's an opportunity to identify areas for changes in programs or potential trade-offs if there's new priorities. I want to emphasize that this is a working meeting. It is public. However, at this point, all of the public comment should have been received. So this isn't the opportunity for public comment. We will send out a detailed agenda at least 1 week before the workshop. And then after the goal setting workshop, it's kind of a all hands on deck budget exercise for staff in order to prepare the preliminary budget by the middle of April, as well as the major city goal work programs. Wanted to take a quick look at our existing major city goals. I'm sure you're all familiar with the major city goals, but what you'll see in this Venn diagram is that our current goals are kind of a catch-all for a variety of different objectives and things that we saw come through the community survey. We had a very ambitious major city goal work program for 21-23. And as you see during the quarterly budget updates, we continue to make a lot of great progress on those goals, but there's still a lot of efforts that are in process or ongoing in nature. This slide is kind of interesting. This is our major city goal history for the last 3 years, or 3 financial plans. However, if you go back even further, you'll see there's similarities even further back as well. So I've highlighted the similar goals in the same color, and you'll see that there's a lot of similarities, but we've kind of changed the language or made the specific work program unique to the needs at that specific time. However, the overarching goals are very similar, which really helps kind of demonstrate what the community's highest priorities have been and are currently. So there's housing, multimodal transportation, sustainable transportation, climate action, fiscal health, downtown vitality. And in 21-23, we really got ambitious with the wording and kind of put them all together. um, so one of the recommendations is to receive initial input from council about continuation of the existing major city goals. This would not lock us into any specific goals. It's just an opportunity to kind of help staff in preparing for the format of the community forum, as well as preparing for a really productive goal setting workshop on the 11th. So what that would look like would be using the existing strategies, goal statements, and expectations as a base, but really kind of reworking the work programs to be specific for current day needs and emergent priorities. It would include existing major city goal work programs that have not been completed or are ongoing in nature. And I've included the pages in the financial plan where you can find those. And then council would have an opportunity to review the work programs for areas of expansion or focus. And then keeping the existing one-time pilot programs funded. So there was quite a few one-time initiatives that were related to major city goals that were funded on kind of like a pilot basis. Moving forward to a brief kind of high level economic outlook. Derek kind of touched on this earlier, but so far so good. We're kind of looking at best case scenario versus worst case scenario, kind of hoping that it'll probably end up somewhere in the middle. Best case scenario would be that the Federal Reserve Bank is able to accomplish a soft landing. Worst case scenario would be we would head into some degree of a recession. Right now, we're not assuming a recession in our forecast. We're assuming a cooling as we move into 2023. Unemployment rates continue to remain very low. The other thing we consider is on the expenditure side, the increased cost of doing business. And we will provide a detailed forecast on February 7th, which is our mid-year budget review. And that'll also include trued up actuals for 2022 based on the audited financials, which you'll be reviewing next week. So looking at consumer spending and tourism, and as this translates into revenue, it would be sales tax and TOT, transient occupancy tax. With the passage of Measure G20 and the overall growth in TOT, the city is becoming more and more reliant on these taxes, which is good because they've been growing, but unfortunately, these are also some of the more volatile revenue streams. Over the last couple of years, we've seen revenue uptick incredibly by built-up savings, pent-up demand, inflationary pressure, and renewed travel activity. Like Derek mentioned, we just got our updated sales tax forecast from our consultant last Friday, and we're seeing a huge increase in specific categories, but revenue, restaurants and hotels saw a huge increase in 22-23. However, for next year, they're basically forecasting flat, so no growth going into the next year. TOT, kind of similar, hitting record high levels. However, even in November, we started to see a little bit of a teetering off on the TOT as well. So what does this mean? City finances, these are our biggest revenue streams, so they are more volatile than oftentimes our expenditures are. Our expenditures have more of a consistent growth, I guess you would say. In the case of an economic downturn, there are some expenditures that can be removed, but many of them are expected as part of the city's obligations to its residents. So we'll keep a close eye on sales tax and TOT over the next couple months for sure. Construction, real estate property tax. So this is another big one for us. Unlike sales tax and TOT, property tax is generally much less volatile, and it also has a lag period of about 18 months. So that gives the city, even in a situation of a significant market crash, we would have about 18 months of time to adjust to that. 3 years ago, property tax was competing to be the city's #1 source of revenue. It's been replaced by sales tax, but is now number 3. Overall development activity in real estate markets are slowing down. However, we're not expecting them to continue to decline. Property values also declined slightly, but this is mostly just to readjust to normal growth rates is what we're seeing. The biggest challenge in the forecast is going to be incentivizing the development of new housing units, specifically affordable housing, to attract buyers in a tighter lending market. Looking at the long-term fiscal outlook, all of the building blocks are in place to achieve long-term fiscal health. So overall, the city is fundamentally in a good place, largely due to the council leadership that we've had and its community members that care deeply about the city's future. We do have a balanced budget and healthy reserve levels, as well as strong financial policies and staff that are truly committed to serving the community. Additionally, Measure G20 has been instrumental in funding both the infrastructure and the services that the city needs. Looking forward, the cost of doing business and the consideration of trade-offs. So as I mentioned earlier, there were a lot of one-time funded efforts, over $3 million that was allocated in 22-23. That $3 million was not included in the long-term forecast. So continuation of these pilot programs would require continuation of funding. Now that we're updating the forecast, now is a prudent time to revisit these items and see what needs to be kind of included as the city's ongoing base budget or core services. The cost of core services and infrastructure has grown tremendously. The largest expense, staffing, is also growing, and the city has to remain a competitive employer. And in order to do that, we have to pay competitive wages. So that's something we've been addressing over the last couple of years. The same pressures are being felt on the capital side and with infrastructure. In a nutshell, the expanding city will require the expansion of resources. So more services means more maintenance. And like Derek said, more parks is going to be more staff to maintain the parks. CalPERS and the city's unfunded liability. We successfully made up all of our payments that were postponed during COVID, which keeps us on track with our fiscal health response plan goals. However, every time that CalPERS experiences investment losses, that ultimately impacts our 20-year paydown goal. In July, CalPERS reported a 6.1 net loss on investments. So in order to make up that loss in the long run, staff will likely recommend making an additional payment this year using the one-time unassigned fund balance from fiscal year 22. While it can be difficult to see these payments go out the door, it's important to remember that the choices we make now will greatly serve the organization in the long run. I will now hand it over to Finance Director Emily Jackson to take us through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Natalie. Good evening, Council. Happy to be here tonight. Very exciting to kick off budget development with you all. So as Derek and Natalie have noted, tonight we're covering a number of topics that are really intended to provide you a foundation for future conversations about resource allocation. One of the key areas, of course, is the city's budget and financial policies. In adoption of the policy language, as noted on the slide, won't be sought until we adopt a budget, hopefully in June. But we are bringing 2 policy additions as well as some policy updates before you related to the CIP this evening for some initial input so that we can sort of get that out of the way, hopefully use some of this draft language to support development of the 23-25 financial plan, and then formally adopt that policy with adoption again of the budget in June. So, beyond guiding actual development of the financial plan, policies are, of course, incredibly important in institutionalizing good financial management practices, crystallizing sort of our strategic intent as we go through budget development and then managing our budget throughout the year. And they really help to promote longer term thinking, which serves us very well when we're not thinking about what do we need to do right now, but what do we need to do right now and where does this put us in a couple of years. And so we believe generally that the city's policies have served us really well. But again, as conditions change and as new opportunities arise, we look for ways that we can further the policies to support development and management of the city's budget. So the two additions that we are recommending for your initial consideration this evening is a reinstatement of the city's revenue stabilization reserve. This is a policy that was developed back during the time of the fiscal health response plan, served the city very well. It was really intended to help address some of the unfunding that we were seeing with CalPERS and was being seen throughout the state, and was ultimately eliminated with adoption of the 21-23 financial plan because some of the language was a bit outdated, but we're bringing it back for your consideration for 23-25 and moving forward because it's really intended to articulate and memorialize what we're already doing. And so what the policy requires is that we would allocate $2 million, and this is action you already took, of course, back on October 4th, utilizing our overrealized tax revenue. That $2 million has been placed in a reserve, and the intent of that funding is to help safeguard the city from fluctuations in our tax revenue, which, as Natalie noted, are a pretty volatile funding source for local government. The intent, of course, is that this funding would be used to help buffer against any unforeseen downturns and would help to protect ultimately the operating budget in the long run so that we don't put ourselves in a position where we're having to make operating cuts in the event that our tax revenues fall short in any given year. The second policy that's being recommended tonight, again, is sort of a continuation of the road that we've already gone down with paying down our CalPERS pension liability. And again, the policy is really to address our long-term commitment to paying down the unfunded liability by making supporting the additional discretionary payments. So the policy provides essentially guiding language, which is intended to identify that in any given year where we end the prior year with excess unassigned fund balance, the first thing that we should consider to spend that unassigned fund balance on is paying down a portion of the unfunded liability in addition to our annual payments. And so just for some context, as Natalie noted, CalPERS experienced a loss compared to the expected growth in their rate of return last year. And so one of the things that we will likely be recommending here at a future council meeting is allocation of about an additional $1.2 million payment to CalPERS. The benefit, of course, of that is that ensuring that our pension plan is strong, we're also saving ourselves some money in the long run by making those additional payments early on. And then we talked about this a bit back in November, December, when we introduced the concept of funding categories for the capital improvement plan. As noted in the staff report, we have determined to defer conversations on that. We ultimately decided that it was going to be difficult to continue that conversation in the midst of trying to develop a financial plan, and just given where we are at this point with CIP budget development. And so though that is very much a recommendation that we're going to want to bring back to your council, but have some additional conversation both with you and with the REOC in order to address any issues, flush those out, and get to a place where everybody's comfortable with the proposal. In the meantime, we do have a number of CIP policies that we think are really important. What we're proposing tonight for your consideration ultimately in June is really language that confirms what we're already doing. And so the CIP language, there's quite a few changes recommended, but at a high level, what we're really trying to do, again, is to clarify roles and responsibilities for the various staff and bodies that are involved in CIP development and delivery, to kind of articulate this expanded role for the CIP Review Committee to assure ongoing and holistic governance of the city's CIP, to require project request forms from departments to help us articulate project scopes and timelines early on so that we can set very realistic expectations about how long it will take to deliver a project and how much it will cost, both for your council as well as for the community. And then last but not least, to include DEI language that your council adopted back in 2020, to assure that we are factoring in DEI considerations as we're evaluating projects for funding, just as we consider climate action considerations as well. So moving on to the long-range CIP, really just, again, in an attempt to provide further context for forthcoming budget discussions. As you know, the city is not only responsible for ongoing operations, but we also have a significant capital projects budget, which is intended to support the replacement, maintenance, and development of new assets to support growth and additional needs within the community. And so in an effort to do that, we, of course, in each financial plan provide sort of a 5-year look ahead of what the cost of CIPs that we think we need to deliver over the next 5 years will look like. But we also prepare a long-range CIP, which gives us a 20-year look ahead at some of the needs that the city organization has when it comes to maintenance and replacement of our infrastructure and facilities. And so that's what we're going to walk through this evening, again, just to provide context so that as we start to focus on goal setting, that we're not only focusing on the operating side, but on the capital side as well. So again, the long-range CIP provides a really high-level look at what we believe that we need to accomplish over the next 20 years, and that's based upon approved plans, the general plan, as well as other approved plans that your council has considered. It's a lot of work to get to in any given year, and a reminder that, of course, our Public Works Director likes to remind us that projects don't happen overnight. We used to say that for even a basic project, it took about 9 months to deliver, and that timeline has, of course, expanded based upon some of the construction cost increases we've seen, the delays in being able to get materials and get contractors on board. And so we expect that that's going to continue for a while. But when we look, before we look, of course, to replacing and building new assets, our first look always is at our annual maintenance needs. Just for context, this slide shows of just the maintenance costs in any given year. The ideal funding just to maintain what we already have today is just under $24 million in any given year. And to provide some context for that, the last time that the Finance Department provided this presentation 2 years ago, that annual number was about $13.6 million. And so that's a combination of the inflationary cost increases that we've seen, deterioration of facilities, and then additional facilities having come on board and needing to be maintained as we're seeing development and growth within the community. And then finally, the long-range CIP, as you will note in the attachment provided with this evening's staff report, separates out all of the projects by function. And so this table just provides a look at the different functions and projects that projects within the CIP are intended to deliver on. This is a high-level look at the next 20 years by function. So when we're looking at the next 20 years, we're really looking at about $1.3 billion worth of capital needs. And so huge number, but 20 years time. And so, our goal again is to always be planning ahead, thinking ahead about how do we make sure not only are we funding the operating budget, but also setting enough aside for capital. And just like making our PERS payments early, addressing our capital needs early on helps us to save costs in the long run, because the longer we let something go, the more expensive it becomes to fix. So that concludes the bulk of the presentation this evening. As we noted when we began, there's a lot of budget fun upcoming. The next step will be the community forum at the Ludwig Center on Saturday, January 26th. And then prior to that, not specifically related to budget, we will be coming to your council next week with the 21-22 audited financials. That's the presentation of our annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR. And then February 7th, we will of course have our mid-year budget review to sort of provide you with a check-in on how things are going in the current fiscal year, which will inform where we can go next fiscal year. And then the goal setting workshop, as Natalie covered, on February 11th. So we'll close it out with a slide just reminding you of the recommendations before you all tonight. Again, we're not asking for specific direction or action at this point, but would like your input relative to our major existing city goals, feedback on the policies that I just covered, and then any questions you have about the general economic outlook or the long-term capital outlook as well.
Wow. Thank you very much, Emily and Natalie and Hans and City Manager. This is a lot of information and really well put together. So thank you also for not 49 slides. First, we'll go ahead and do questions from the council. We'll do public comment, and then any staff responses, and then council deliberation. So first, we have Council Member Francis.
Yeah, thank you. I also just am totally impressed. It was an excellent presentation and just so well summarized. I just had one quick question. Going to recommendation 3 on the value of lumping versus splitting goals that might have similar kind of outcomes, but maybe different process for getting to those goals. The obvious one being housing and homelessness, and whether we want to kind of keep those together or separate them out. And my question to you is more kind of from a staff perspective, thinking about the value of keeping them together. Does that make the process easier, or does it make it easier to kind of think about them in separate pots?
I think it probably depends on what the goals are. And so we've got a number of plans that have a significant number of work plans underneath them currently. I think that it's helpful to get, I think the language is helpful because it helps staff to identify through council's articulation of what the ultimate goal is. It helps us in identifying what the work programs are. But we also need to be very realistic, right, about what we can achieve in any given year. And so I think to the extent that we can have the conversation to really hone in on what is it that we are trying to achieve, and maybe what's the first step in getting there, rather than here's the overall desire and trying to accomplish it in 2 years. I think it's ultimately generally very helpful to really hone in on what do we want our focus to be in this broader vision for the next coming 2 years.
And I would just add, I think the Venn diagram that's behind me that was showed as part of the presentation really shows if there's a linkage, if there's linkage between, for example, housing and homeless. I think it's very clear there's policy linkage there. When it becomes, I would say, stretched is when you really start where there's things that fall out of this. And so the council has been very intentional in the last few financial plans and to really map this out so that there's multiple objectives achieved by different initiatives. And so when you see staff come forward, we're saying, okay, well, in this instance, affordable housing helps support DEI, it helps support housing and hopelessness, it helps support economic recovery. It's around climate. So it hits all of these at the same time. So I would encourage the council to, as you think strategically, when you think about the grouping, to think in that manner.
Yeah, thank you both so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I have a couple of questions about the forum. So the first is, I'm wondering about the process for public comment. So it looks like folks will come in, there's some opening remarks, then they go to stations, then there's public comment. Often, traditionally, that's been kind of oversubscribed. So then there's a quick, like, okay, everybody gets 1 minute, and then there's a kind of like, how do we sift? So I'm wondering what the thought process is on how to manage the public comment period.
So, excuse me. I'm talking with Teresa, and she can tell me if I'm wrong. The last time that we did it in this function, where we had lots of booths and staff areas for people to come and talk to individuals, it really cut down on the amount of public comment. But we do have about 45 minutes in the agenda right now for it.
And I would just hop in here and say the rationale for the presentation and then moving into kind of the stations is that in the past we had prolonged public comment, and then people lost stamina for meeting stamina, and then they would leave before they got to participate in the actual dot exercise, and then kind of the conversation, the community building conversation that happens organically during some of those breakout groups. And so that was the rationale. And then for folks, and then they could also give their input. And then the folks that at the very end who wanted to then speak directly to the city council could do that directly after the exercise.
Great, thank you. And then are there bilingual sign? Are there other kind of ways that match our inclusive intent and practices?
Yes, there'll be some bilingual signage. We'll be bringing together bilingual staff from across the city. Departments are trying to identify bilingual staff in their department so that they can be stationed at the locations with them. And then we'll have some roaming bilingual staff for departments or stations that don't have a direct person.
And then just a couple more on process for the forum while you're there. For the local revenue measure as a category, what kind of input are we thinking that folks would weigh in on, or are we just trying to make sure that we capture in kind of that reporting period?
Natalie, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, so the local revenue measure booth will be very informative. So we'll have information about all the currently funded local revenue measure projects. Obviously, there's a lot of overlap between local revenue measure and the other booths, but it is an opportunity if a community member wanted a specific thing that they wanted to be funded by local revenue measure, or a specific thing they didn't want to be funded by local revenue measure. We'll have our commission there as well. So some of them, they may be wandering around, but they'll be there also to discuss with community members and get input.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. Thanks again. A great presentation, super detailed. And thanks, Hans, for talking about the community forum. I had some questions sort of following up on that too. We've had the survey, and of course, members of the public can always email us their thoughts, and we've received lots of public comment about topics that may or may not have already shown up in the survey data. This is sort of an in-person way of providing feedback. If people can't make it to this event, is there going to be other opportunities, or is there a way for them to participate remotely in this?
They'll be able to submit comments at communityforum@slowcity.org, and then I'll capture those as part of the more general comments that are coming in for the event. That separate email. We've received a couple of emails that are really community forum related, and people have identified them as community forum that came into you all. And I've already grabbed those and added them to that pile of emails.
So there's a special email address that people should send it to?
Yep.
Okay, and that was repeated again, please?
Communityforum@slowcity.org.
Okay. And then sort of along the inclusivity lines as well. Have we been doing outreach to some of the groups that maybe represent marginalized groups in the community or people who may not know about this so that we can try to get as much impact or feedback from them as possible?
Yeah, yes, we sent out letters to community groups, and I'm working with our team to make sure that we're hitting all those groups if we can digitally as well.
And I think I heard you say there will be childcare available for the duration of the event.
Yeah, age appropriate childcare. I don't, newborns will probably not be the best childcare, but there'll be games and stuff to keep kids entertained while they're there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm concerned a bit about the one-time costs, and I just wonder at what point in the process are we going to get a list of those one-time costs? When do we actually start looking at them? And this came to my attention when I was looking at the mobile crisis unit, and I saw that there were like no dollars allocated to it, and I brought this up during agenda review. So at what point in the budget process are we going to know what we're talking about when we talk about one-time costs?
It will be coming to council on February 7th, just before the goal setting process. Part of my job is to try to figure out where I think the council's priorities are. I suspect that there's been a lot of, you named one that has had a lot of success, the MCU program, the DEI grant program. And so just to put a placeholder for council, as we've developed the forecast and balancing the budget, we've made an assumption out of that $3 million to put in a plug number of about 2.9 million, I think, overall, so that as you start your budget deliberations, you're not having to then dust off that list. Ultimately, will require your support on that. So we'll come with you with recommendations on here's the items that we would recommend that you carry forward as ongoing programs. And then so that when you begin your deliberations, you've essentially made some decisions to build those into the base budget projections.
Great. Thank you very much. And I just want to echo what everyone else is saying. This is a very, very good staff report, and somewhat, it's a lot complicated, but the way you're presenting it, it's also understandable for council, but also for the general public. So thank you. How do I?
Thank you so much, Councilmember Francis.
Thanks. I just had one more question. I think actually this one's for Hans. I'd had a question in my notes about how we're balancing the public input desire to kind of dream big, and we talked a lot about the unknowns coming forward with a budget, but with also keeping the focus on the goals. And you mentioned the new ideas station, and I wanted to hear a little bit more about how that's going to be structured and how people can kind of take that theme of slow doing kind of big things and being innovative.
So the new idea station is going to have staff that don't fall into any other categories. So like water, we hear a lot about water, so we're going to have water staff there. We'll be able to talk to the community about what we're doing about water, what our water supply looks like, and maybe answer some of those questions and maybe let them know, like, hey, our water supply is actually in pretty good shape, and this is where we stand, and get those kind of questions out of the way. But we also know the public has good ideas, and so we don't want to turn away a good idea. And so all those ideas will be captured and shared with you, so that you're doing your deliberations, you'll have the opportunity to say, well, that's a really good idea. Maybe we should try that.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for the great questions. As you can see, you did a wonderful job because we don't have 20 questions for you. We've got to move forward to the public comment. Do you have any public comment?
Yes, we have three. First one is Damon Mavis, then Eric Viam, and then Jim Dantona.
Hi, my name is Damian Mavis. I live here and work here in SLO. My company, Covelop, we're a developer as well as builder. I just wanted to voice my support for keeping housing as a major city goal. And then more specifically, I'll be there on the 26th to articulate this, I guess, a little more, but more particularly, during the inclusionary housing ordinance update, Table 2A was dropped from the housing element, and there was some discussion with staff as well as City Council to look at replacement incentives for affordable by design or missing middle housing. And I wanted to kind of bring that back up to the top because I really do think that that's important. And I think it's even more important now than ever. So I think what Table 2A did was it reduced the inclusionary housing requirements for smaller than average size homes. And so this basically incentivizing the affordable by design. So I think a reduction, not an elimination of the inclusionary requirement to build missing middle or affordable by design housing is really one of the only ways to overcome the fact that it's less profitable to build compared to standard like single family dwellings. And I think it's exceptionally important now because if you look back at COVID, COVID sidelined the new home construction industry for like 2 or 3 months, and then it was back up and going. And in that time, you saw a huge gap up in prices and decrease in overall affordability. With interest rates right now, if you look at new housing sales, they've gone way down. And I think the current economy has a chance to sideline the building industry for 1 or 2 years. And so I think when that gets back, you're going to see the same issue. And projects take a long time to get through, to become shovel-ready projects. And I think incentivizing affordable by design, duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, small lot single-family condos, this is what a larger and larger percentage of the population are going to be looking for housing. And I think incentivizing that is quite important. So I would like to see in that housing goal to look at ways to incentivize the affordable by design or missing middle housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Eric Viam, and then Jim D'Antona.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Eric Viam, President of San Luis Obispo, and speaking tonight on behalf of the Slow Climate Coalition. We are very lucky as a community to have a council that is deeply committed to action on climate and resilience. And as we are entering into this economic cooling phase, there are many difficult decisions before you as we go through this financial planning process. Equity-centered climate action is a major city goal, which I am confident will be renewed. The financial plan survey results demonstrated a strong commitment, nearly 70% of respondents, to maintaining climate action as a major city goal. In 2021, your council adopted a lead by example plan for municipal facilities and operations that really exists within the CIP. And just a month ago, your council adopted the 4-year climate action work plan. And then just this week, our community was terrorized by the next climate change induced disaster. So going forward in this financial planning process, as you are faced with these difficult decisions, we as a community implore you to really fight to resource climate action and resilience as much as possible. What this looks like for us is prioritizing climate and resilient projects within the CIP, properly staffing the organization to support the work plan, help funding the work plan, including the forestry program that we'll hear about tonight, and supporting the community to continue our work helping decarbonize, helping educate and take action around resilience and disaster preparedness. In conclusion, I'd like to reiterate the sage advice from your financial planning staff that the choices we make now will significantly impact the organization in the long run. Thank you again for your commitment to climate leadership and resilience, and we look forward to working closely with you through this financial process and, of course, into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Jim D'Antona, President and CEO of the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. As you know, I sent a letter in today and wanted to just add a little more context. First, as our letter opened, regarding your work on the 21-23 economic recovery, resilience, and fiscal sustainability goal, on behalf of the business community, I truly want to thank you all for your efforts and the investment in our town. The city's work on programs like funding childcare startups, Mission Plaza pop-ups, lighting the downtown during the holidays are incredibly important to the long-term resiliency of our commercial core. And nothing touches the incredibly positive response from business, residents, and visitors alike for the business Buy Local bonus program. To that end, I hope that you will continue to support this work in the 23-25 financial plan. Regarding new issues in our letter that we would like you to consider, we would appreciate a continued effort towards the housing and homeless goal, but the SLO Chamber would recommend decoupling these two to ensure that both are getting the attention they need. I know that we talk about making they fit in the similar area, but we feel it's too easy to lose the deliverables on these two very major issues when they are looped in together. I know that when we look at the residents' responses to the survey, housing doesn't rise as high as it should, likely because most of them already have housing. But I think you know that housing is an issue of utmost importance, that we continue to do everything we can to create more housing options that will let our workforce grow and allow new families to make SLO their home. This housing goal should also include the public infrastructure necessary to make that housing possible. Additionally, not only do we need housing to be a dedicated goal, the Chamber would recommend that we dedicate funding to a process of focused general plan update during the 23-25 fiscal year rather than waiting for the 28 as planned. A focused general plan update would allow us to meet the realities of development and land use that has changed over the last 3 years. It is imperative that we create the environment that will allow housing development to come back as soon as the development community is able to move, as Mr. Mavis described. We certainly we want to know that we will stand with the city regarding the homelessness issue. It should remain at a top priority. And as we worked with you to compel the county to hold up its role as the lead agency around homelessness. The Chamber's committed in standing with that and appreciate the regional homeless plan that looks to create a regional approach between the county and the cities, but we want to ensure that plan leads to action. Thank you for all the work you do for our community and look forward to our further hearings on this and the day of dotocracy. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Okay. We had one more. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I did realize I did have a question I forgot to ask earlier. We had about 7,000 plus responses on the Parklet survey, right? I think one of the things that I find really interesting is that we only had about 1,500 on the budget, which is even larger of an issue than the Parklets, one thing. So I just thought that was odd at the same time. I don't know if it's the timing or if it's COVID and if all the free time people had, but anyway. So I guess we'll go ahead and move forward. I'd love to take these separately as far as the recommendations. So I think the major city goals, if we are going to combine them or if we're going to add the additional category of preparedness, I think is a little different than some of the other aspects that are in this recommendation. So we'll start with Councilmember Pease.
So just comments on item 1 first? Okay. So that's the goal setting process. I do support the goal setting process. I think the categories that are listed, I think are appropriate, including local revenue measure as kind of a catch-all. I guess the category called new ideas might just be other ideas, because some folks just might think they're ideas that just have been around forever and haven't been listed. And I think the infrastructure category kind of has, and I think mobility was maybe part of that one. So I think that's going to be really interesting, because I think infrastructure means a lot of different things to a lot of people. So I think it's a fine category, keep it as is, but just understanding that there'll be a lot of folks coming in. Emergency or resiliency, is that a grouping? I don't know that I would put that as a category, honestly, because I feel like it invites a newness that I feel like we already, job 1, right, is going to be emergency response and safety. And if people feel like they have additional comments about that, then they can certainly bring it up to other, but I don't feel like it. I feel like we're so on track and dialed into the work that needs to be done in that category, including our own recent, resiliency kind of work. So I probably wouldn't add that as a category. Yeah, those are my comments.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Go down the line.
Okay. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, on recommendation number 1, I really like what I'm hearing about how everything's going to be structured. I actually am in favor of having the emergency response booth, only because I think it's going to be something that is so top of mind for folks. I think we can look at it more as sort of a educational outreach opportunity to really kind of have people have a chance to debrief and learn more about what we learned from their most recent storms and how we're going to move forward with anticipated storms in the future. I really like, too, that we're kind of helping folks to focus on the major city goals that we currently have by kind of lumping things into those categories, but also giving people an opportunity to dream outside of that. We didn't talk about it a lot, but I believe we're going to be doing a lot of digital capture this time, which I'm really hopeful will save a ton of staff time, as well as help us kind of process a lot of the outcomes from this meeting in a more efficient way. And so we can get that data and crunch it a little faster. So yeah, I think it's great.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Again, thanks to staff for the presentation. Thank you to the community for all of the feedback that we've gotten already. I think just in general, I'm really looking forward. Well, I've appreciated already the feedback that we've gotten, and I'm really, really looking forward to the community forum. I participated in it as a resident many, many times, and I look forward to sort of being on the receiving end and hearing all of the ideas that people have and all of the thoughts that they want to share. And really, as I've said before, I know everybody loves this community and they have ideas about where they want things to go. And so I'm just going to be a sponge, I think, for the next few weeks and appreciate that opportunity to really hear everything that people would like to see in the next couple of years. In terms of having another table or another station on emergency preparedness and response, I see a lot of overlap between some of the other categories and some of the things that we've been doing already around emergency response. We added emergency manager with local revenue measures in the last year. We've been doing a lot of flood prevention in our creeks through our public works staff. And so I think that area could be covered in a lot of the other stations already. But I guess I would look to staff and look to the city manager of resources during the meeting. Do we have enough space, staff, people to host another station, and then kind of make that be allowed to be part of the decision-making process on whether or not we had an extra station. I think since we're going item one by one, I'll stop there.
City Manager, did you have a response?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Shoresman. We do have enough staff capacity. I do think that there's some merit. I think as Councilmember Francis alluded to at least educating folks about what we're doing. As you know, we have a very robust program, and thanks to our new emergency service manager and our talented team, I think there's a lot of information to share. We've always been surprised over the last couple of years about some of the light attendance at some of our emergency preparedness meetings. So if we could use this opportunity to help inform people, I think we'd take that. And who knows, maybe someone comes up with an idea we haven't thought about.
Great, thank you. I can envision the boards we had at the City County Library during the preparedness fair being there as well. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I basically affirm the goals that we have at this point. As that chart shows, our actual projects, our work plan, often something that we all value very much is hitting a bunch of these different goals at once. But I think having the goals out there, it sort of provides a conceptual grid for the community and for staff and for the council, so that we are kind of always checking the boxes, if you want to call it that, of our major city goals. I do think I'm really looking forward to the forum. I think it's important not to jumpstart the process, but to really make sure we've got the whole picture before we go into our hard work to actually create the next set of goals. I just want to say that I do think it makes sense to keep housing and homelessness together. Conceptually, I don't think there's any real fiscal consequences to having them together, any negative fiscal consequences. I just think that it is indeed the lack of housing that produces the homelessness. So there's it's almost like a photo negative of housing. And I do want to also just raise the idea of, in some way, thinking about cultural vitality. I don't know exactly where that would fit in, but our historic adobes, our public art, our the DEI Cultural Center that we've talked about. We include some of the art programs in the economic recovery, resiliency, and fiscal sustainability, but art is not just a way of raising revenue. I mean, it's not just economic. So there is kind of cultural vitality. That may not be the right term, but I have the feeling that there may be some way that we can prioritize that, especially if there is an economic downturn. The arts then become tremendously important in terms of morale and people's mental health. I think the emergency response booth is a good idea because it may be at people's top of mind when they come in. A lot of people have been really traumatized by the recent floods and certainly by the heat spells during the summer. So I think that it really makes a lot of sense that they can actually meet our emergency response team and feel assured and that we care about them. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I can see the value of the preparedness category for the educational purposes. I would say that as I picture like a major city goal as a station, that seems odd because we have so much work we've already done and we have these great strategic plans around it. So that makes me think that we don't need it as a station for a goal, but I think it's great for an educational option. And this is that great educational time for our whole community. I have felt this for the 4 years I was on the council, is that I really feel homelessness and housing needs to be separate. I understand that we don't build housing, and I understand that housing is a major reason as to why homelessness is an issue and a major way that we can help improve housing. But there's also additional aspects that go into homelessness that, as Jim Dantona shared, that we need to work with the county and the state and other organizations to help with. And I think that there are, as we talk about missing middle, inclusionary housing, the tenant improvement, I know that was on the commercial side during the TIP fast during COVID, but there's also a residential aspect we can use. We have the new SB 6 and AB 2011 as far as what's that going to look like for housing in commercial spaces. So I feel like there's really going to be a lot of additional efforts with those two issues that are more than just if we combine them together. So that's my personal thought, is I'd like to see those separate. I love your idea. I don't know if cultural vitality is the right word, but I do love that idea of like, there still needs to be a focus on DEI a little more than just the fact that it goes through everything. So I hope that that is definitely one of our key major city goals going forward. So that is my thoughts on number one. I think that was kind of number one and two, really. Don't you think? Oh, you have a little more? Okay, go ahead.
Great, thanks. And maybe, these stations, that we think of them more broadly, that they're community priorities, right? Just because, something's a major city goal doesn't necessarily, or isn't a major city goal, there might be a priority within that. And so we're sharing information and taking feedback. So I think that works. I also like the idea about cultural vitality, cultural arts, because I was thinking specifically about the historic resources inventory, where we laid the groundwork, and the current fiscal financial plan, and so would like to move forward and thinking about our Adobe and historic resources overall. So if there's a place to invite that, I think that's appropriate. I think that would also help in terms of the, kind of the management of expectations in terms of, I think there's a sense of, count noses and, how many votes this one gets over that one. And so I think the more that we can talk about priorities and work plans, yes, there's going to be major city goals. Yes, there'll be major city goals, but it may or may not be. Those are kind of specific about new focus area, not new, but need a real focus area. So, with that, I think that our major city goals are generally the direction we want to go in the categories that we've talked about. And for me, I need to be open to the idea that some factor may have been operationalized to the point that it doesn't need to be lifted up as a major city goal anymore, so that we don't have 7 or 8 things that are glommed into 4 things because last time I couldn't let something go. So I'm thinking about that and wanting just to be able to communicate for the public that. So maybe as we move into the follow-up, that we have ways to identify programs in the operationally, so that people know what we're also including in the budget that maybe didn't fit in a major city goal. And so anyway, a thought there. And then again, just kind of signaling from my perspective that I'm going to be really cautious about any new FTE. I think we did a lot of investing, and I know we're growing. We grew a lot of programs. I think we've done some great work. And again, for me, I'm going to try to be really just cautious, just super intentional about any more growth in the bottom line number of our staff, so that we can be competitive employers and sustained without having to worry about layoffs if we get too heavy and there is some kind of an economic fallout. Those were my question 2 responses.
Thank you. And I have a question kind of with that to you. Does that mean contract or some other realm of employees still make sense to you? Because I'm picturing just alone when we were talking about this recently, because we have our where are the Brown Act buddies on this topic, is, 10,000 trees in 2035, and we have 20,000 trees now. So when you go 20,000 trees plus 30,000 trees, not getting into the next topic, all of a sudden maintenance to me says we're going to need more people. So I just wondering what that looks like to you.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think that's exactly the conversation that we need to have. As we add these more things, let's take in both that capital cost as well as the maintenance cost. And if there's one-time contract things, great. But I think those have been easy. I think now that I've been on council 6 years, I start to see the pattern a little bit more, right? It's like, oh, we try something on contract and then it works great. So then we want to keep it. So I just want to be, and maybe there would be a point as part of our work program as an analysis of our staffing compared to other communities for our population, because our population is not actually increasing all that much. Yeah, that was.
Thank you. Yeah, population, but services are increasing, and desired services.
Yeah.
I think City Manager, did you want something to say?
I think that those are always interesting metrics to try to benchmark. And then I think about other cities. Well, who else has 100 miles of trails? Who's got, the regional where the county seat. So there's all these ways that we have to think about, and so those are helpful for benchmark comparisons. In terms of one of the things I look at is comparable just per capita spending, overall, and in terms of salaries. Because that gets really hard because we provide services. You look at Santa Barbara, it's got an airport, it's got a harbor. So it's a little bit of apples and oranges. And really, you have to break it down kind of by department. But I appreciate the thinking, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation. And I think, in terms of contract versus staff, I think, Councilmember Pease has really articulated that kind of tension. Because as these, we hire people on as contract positions, and then these programs then start to be successful. And then in order to keep the successful people, the people that are making the program successful, they have to have some level of understanding that they're going to, that we're investing in them and they have some job security. So that's the kind of the push-pull on this that we're always trying to balance out.
Great. Thank you both. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I didn't really comment too much on 2 because I stuck to, I was following instructions. I guess, I think just general comments. I agree with with Vice Mayor Marks. I don't want to put the cart before the horse and get too down the road and vision and goals for the major city goals. But I do think that, from the feedback that we've gotten so far, it seems like we're generally going in the same direction. But there are some ongoing things that I've heard people say, and that throughout the recent campaign, as well as that came out in the survey, that I just want to bring light to, things like sports fields and other parks, the La Loma Adobe, and preservation of our cultural resources. Lot of references to people wanting us to do something else on childcare. Don't know what that looks like, but it is in a lot of the responses. And then also, again, just highlight what Mr. Mavis said when we had our inclusionary housing ordinance discussion. We did talk about missing middle, and I did hear a lot about that over the last 6-8 months during the campaign too. The top topics that I heard about were housing, homelessness, and as part of that housing and homelessness discussion, it was missing middle housing for those who, don't necessarily need deed restricted affordable housing. So I think those are all important things that I'm going to be thinking about. How, do they rise to the level of major city goals? And if so, how do they fit into our work plan, and in what area?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think sometimes the major city goals versus work plan gets kind of crossed over as far as like one and the same. So kind of keeping our minds in that openness to that the goal may be the work plan, quite honestly. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, I just want to pipe up about regionalism. And when I was not on city council for those 4 years, regionalism became part of the statement of our mission statement. And I just want to caution us, I'm following up on what Councilmember Pius said, not to get so carried away with the idea of being good neighbors and regionalism that we end up in some way financing functions that really should be the county or the state or the feds. So I do want to keep our city's well-being and our residents sort of top of mind. And so when we're looking at staffing and like that, are we staffing something that actually the county should be staffing? I don't know, but to me, that's an analysis. A lot of our emails that we're getting are from people, from the whole county. And people care about our budget goals a whole lot. And the residents do for sure. But we're getting them from Templeton, San Miguel, Oceano, so they're kind of looking at our city as, somehow that we should be taking care of the whole county. And I do think that's an important aspect. Regionalism is important, but I also want to not get to the point that we're actually kind of the default county government. So I just thought I would say that and get it out there. Think about it. So thank you.
Thank you. I think of regionalism as more of part of the mission statement or vision statement, not so much the major city goal. Just personally, I don't know what you all think, but to me, I think we have to be part of regionalism when it comes to Diablo or when it comes to diversity, when it comes to homelessness. That people don't stop at the border and say, I've entered San Luis or I've entered Avila or et cetera. So I'll look to their money instead. So we do have to kind of think about that and that more mission statements kind of thought process. Councilmember Francis, did you want to go into number 2?
Yeah, very briefly, just because most of you have covered everything I wanted to say, but I also wanted to second that I'm very much open to exploring the idea of parsing out housing and homelessness into 2 separate goals, just because even though we all know the lack of housing is a major issue there and the goal is to house people, just the process and the staffing and all of the different work plans that go behind that are really, really different. And just coming back to what Mr. Mavis said, when we had our whole conversation around the removal of Table 2A, there was kind of that simultaneous conversation that we were going to be putting in place these different programs to really encourage that missing middle housing. And so making sure that we have these 2 things in the lanes that they need to be in. I think that's all I wanted to say on number 2.
Do you want to move forward to number 3?
Sure. All right.
So sorry. Review and provide feedback on revised budget and fiscal policies.
And what I had in front of me was the reestablishment of the reserve of $2 million and the additional payment to CalPERS as the ones that we're supposed to comment on. Is that right? Yeah, I'm in favor of both of those. I'd like to see us make sure that we're really thinking about the future. Thank you.
I support all the policy changes, and I would say on the unfunded liability, we talked about this briefly in our 221 is dipping our feet into the narrative about the unfunded liability to make sure we did a ton of work whenever that was 5 or so years ago to really understand what that commitment means. And so I think as our financial position, when there are challenges to our financial position, is the time that we need to make sure that there is broad buy-in. At the time, it was a many years of concern that had brought that to become a priority. And I'm really proud of the work that we did. And I thank our city manager and team for taking the lead on that. So I just want to make sure that we put an exclamation mark on that policy and make time to tell the why.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, that's our plan. We want to just refresh the work that we did back in 2018, and really show the projection of all the progress we've made with the additional payments. I just want to emphasize the numbers that Ms. Harnett showed earlier tonight are additional payments in addition to the required payments we have to make for unfunded liability. And I think it'll really show that we've made some real progress in paying down that unfunded liability, and then really give a council a reset of where we're headed in terms of the trajectory based upon the subsequent policy decisions that CalPERS has made, and also taking into account the recent returns. And so we'll be able to do all that. So we'll make sure that that's a rolled up graphic that comes back to the council as part of our Major City Goal Work Program presentation in April.
And can you remind us how many millions of dollars we are saving the taxpayers in the long run by paying down our unfunded pension liability early?
Yeah, that's a great question. A general rule of thumb is for every $1 million you pay, you save about $1 million in interest. That's roughly the number that we use, and so that came from our actuaries when we did the work with Martell and Associates back in 2018. But we'll refresh that. And part of the analysis we'll look at is all the accumulated additional payments, which were in the $17-18 million range at this point. What has that done to overall interest savings, and then what has it done to the overall trajectory? I think it's important to remember that what we were really trying to achieve is for those council, your future successors that are here in 23, 24, 20, 33, 34, 35, when we were going to see that peak where we were trying to shave that peak off so there wasn't a real kind of avalanche of payments that were going to need to be made.
Thank you so much. And I think also, as I hear people that have not been part of the conversation really in the last 6-ish years, it's why don't the people who are retiring pay the more money that that CalPERS is losing? And I think that part of the conversation needs to be re-educated out to the community as well. So I very much agree with the two new, well, not new, but revisited policies as far as paying down our pension with the additional funds that we may find at the end of each year. So moving forward to Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yes. Well, I also support our dealing with this unfunded liability using unassigned funds when they come up. I think going back to revenue stabilization is a really good idea. I don't know where the figure $2 million came from, but I also think that we might want to re-examine that. Maybe it's not enough. I don't know. You guys know better than I do, for sure. I think in terms of the policy changes, financial plan policy changes, it's good to defer the proposed changes. And I support the CIP policies, which pretty much just do they ratify what we're doing already. So did I jump ahead to the next?
Oh, you're good. I think the city manager wanted to respond to your $2 million question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you recall, we currently have a 20% operating reserve for all funds, and that applies to all the funds with the exception of the transit fund, which we can't hold those reserves per federal law. And 20% is really the floor. And so that was a number that was used quite often in local government. That was recommended by the Government Finance Officers Association. They've since revised that, and that's really your emergency reserves. We know with the climate change and everything that's happening, you can really burn through that pretty quick. And so we will look at, and this has been something I had a conversation with our former finance director, Brigitte Elke, about an operating reserve, so that as we see now, particularly with volatility in our revenues, and I think that's an area ripe for discussion, perhaps a work program to bring back to the council in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Shoresman.
Yes, thanks. I am supportive of both of the policy changes. I agree with what all my colleagues have said about the revenue reserve and the CalPERS unfunded liabilities. In another life, I also sit on the county's pension trust board, and I can tell you that even more so when the economy is when the stock market is in a downturn, that it makes even more sense and is even more important to be overpaying, so to speak, what we need to pay, because that will still help us get to a better place in the long run. And the dollars are cheaper now than they will be in the future. That's for sure. Just one little typo, I think, in the CalPERS section, Public Employees Pension Reform Act is referred to as PEBRA, and I think it's PEPRA. So just a little typo there. And then one other suggestion, not related to these two sections, that I made in my 221 about the policies and procedures was in the section about the CIP review committee. So I just wanted to bring it to light here. I suggested, there's a section, I think it's on page 496 in the packet, where it talks about who the members are of the CIP committee, review committee. And while there's a lot of references to making sure that DEI is considered in that process, I had recommended, why not just include the DEI manager in that CIP review committee, just to memorialize. They said that a lot of times they do bring the DEI manager into those discussions, and I suggested just to memorialize that maybe we might want to add that person to the list.
DEI manager or designee?
Yes.
And I'll add that part of what we're trying to do, and I think this is consistent with the council's policies, is we want to imbue everyone with those skills, right? So we want to make sure that if the DI manager or their designee are not in the room, we're still having the same conversations and still making the same decisions. So we certainly welcome, and I think it's a good idea to put them in on that list. I just want to share with council more broadly, because we're talking about one individual. We're trying to bring in, systemic change to the organization and do that through a variety of ways.
I think I actually even said in the meeting that it could be as needed, but I just feel like right now, while we're sort of in the midst of creating that systematic change, that it's nice to have someone that says, hey, over here, remember.
Training wheels. Thank you. Okay. Number 4 was review and discuss the general economic outlook for 2023 to 2025, financial plan development. Any additional comments on that? Great. Vice Mayor, do you have your? Vice Mayor, want this one? Thank you. And then lastly was review the long-term capital outlook plan review. Any comments on that? Councilmember Pease.
Yeah, and maybe this is more of a process question. As we get into the details of the CIP and the priorities, I'm wondering is the process within that? Okay, let me back up. I hear the Francis Street Bridge come up as a potentially a project of increasing importance. So at Francis Street to cross over to Sinsheimer Park, it's not really a big deal right now, but we're predicting that once the new fence is reinstalled and that the Central Coast layover facility comes to the rail, that being able to cross that the train tracks at that location might emerge as more important. It's in the long range. What do we call that? Our plan. And so if a project like that comes up, what's our mechanism for being able to review our capital improvement, that 5-year plan? When does that happen, and how do people take a look at the details, the fine print of that plan?
Sure. Yeah, great question. So every year we publish the budget for the coming 2 years of the plan, and then include all of the projects, and if there are projects that are funded over the 5 years or just in the last 3 years of the 5-year plan, those projects are still listed in the financial plan. So that's a good place to look, and we communicate many tables, information of what is the projected funding in any given year. So really what we do, because we're on a 2-year financial plan, we take an opportunity to sort of refresh CIP every 2 years. There are emergent needs up throughout the year, of course, and we have to address those, especially if they have health and safety implications for the community. But really, again, we're doing the kind of holistic view of the CIP every 2 years. That's a process that we're in the midst of right now. We had departments submit requests back in September. Even the CIP review committee has been working that through. So that's the frequency that we're looking at it. And then, of course, as there are emergent needs, those do get considered mid-year as well.
So as part of this 2-year financial plan, the opportunity to weigh in on that is the same as the rest of the process. And that level of detail will be available for folks to review.
Yes, your council receives the whole capital budget for the 5-year cycle, every 2-year financial plan. The first 2-year cycle has more detailed information generally in it for you to review and better understand the projects that are being proposed. I'll be honest with you, it's going to be rough this year because we don't know what level of damage we have from the flooding.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be making some changes.
And construction costs are high.
Yeah.
So February 7th would be.
You will not have a proposed CIP budget February 7th.
Okay, it's part of the proposed budget in April.
And traditionally you have a couple months or a month to look at it. And,
okay, so folks can weigh in within whatever their requests are, and then there's an evaluation, and that would show up in April. Okay.
And traditionally, we may make changes in priority to capital, though it's rough because it does take several years for projects to come to fore based on changes in major city goals, is when I've seen the council reprioritize some projects due to that. And in particular, this year, we are anticipating some unanticipated emergency health and safety repairs that might push beloved capital projects that we're working their way through because they have to be addressed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think that's it then that I have on item 5.
And I know that I've spoken with the city manager quite a bit around the trade-offs. I think that this year we'll see some more clarity around trade-offs and what we can say we'd love to see pushed up or not pushed up. Obviously, health and safety is a major key. Sometimes we receive revenue from grants that we weren't expecting. So there's just different conversations I think we've all had that we haven't really been able to have as thoroughly. So that's just one of the conversations. Do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I just want to echo both Emily and Shelley's comments. I think, and the mayor, I think, has summarized it. There's some projects that are grant funded that we've got to do. We've made commitments to deliver on time. There's some projects that we've committed to do because they're mitigation measures and EIRs, and they're related to growth. And so there's parts of those projects we have to deliver to mitigate the level of service or the policy impacts that we've committed to do. And so I think, Shelley's alluded to, well, there's this new piece that we're going to have to address. And, we're literally doing the assessment right now and trying to come up with costs of what are those maintenance and repair projects. And so all of that will have to go into it. And I think it's helpful, for the council to remember is just kind of the phases of projects, and so I'll use the Francis Bridge, for example. It might be the first phase is, conceptual design, feasibility, right away to just kind of get the project going. And so you're not having to budget the full, Monty for a project, but you're walking into it and really starting to scale up, what's it going to take to deliver that?
Thank you. Anything further? Okay. Council Member Shorsman.
Yeah, just along those lines, I just wanted to wanted us to all to remember, we have the active transportation plan, which I believe the Francis Bridge is in there in our high priority projects. And there's billions of dollars of projects just in the tier one list alone. And we're going to have probably some limitations based on what we can do because of storm response and other things that become emergent, as we've all been saying. But I also just wanted to draw attention. I don't remember where the Emily Street Bridge was on it. But the Active Transportation Committee gave us some really great short list in their advisory body goals of things that they sort of vetted and thought would be, their priorities in a 2-year period. So I know I will be looking at that as we start to get more detailed and see, where does that project fit in with all of the other things that we would like to do if we can.
Nice. Thank you very much. And I also think about the development parks that we are committed to, for example, and what we need to do going forward for those communities. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question about the 20-year plan. Is that based on the build out of the general plan? Is that what we're assuming when we talk about 20 years?
Yeah, it includes a general plan as well as other adopted plans.
Mm-hmm.
So that 1.3 million is the general plan. Plus, we've looked at our assets and what's the expected life expectancy of some of those. So some of that you'll see is some very expensive replacement of fire stations, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are just the inflated costs when we think we'll arrive at construction. So we've used an inflator from today and what we believe has been historic increases in capital costs, and then use that as a basis. So it's both to realize the general plan policies and the infrastructure to support the service levels, and to then replace the assets that we have that are currently supporting the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I've already made my trade-off comments. So lastly, review the long-term and capital outlook plan review. I think we've gone over that. Okay, great. So I think we have everything. Do you actually need a motion? I think you do. All right. How would you like that?
I think, Madam Mayor, I think we've taken copious notes. I think we've got some notes of some follow-up items that we'll focus in on the 7th for the workshop on the 26th. I will make some refinements to your Saturday on February 11th. And then most importantly, kind of leading up to the strategic goal and budget session on April 18th.
So you do not need a motion at this time. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Well, on that note, it is 7:29. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back then. Session on the urban forestry program. We've got Matt Horn and Greg Cruz.
Madam Mayor, before we jump in, I just want to take a moment. These two folks who are before us tonight, they began this week at about 5 a.m. And even before that, really leading a fantastic team. And we'd be remiss if I didn't just take the opportunity to thank Mr. Horn and Mr. Cruz for all of their work, really leading the Public Works team and really just guiding us. I think all the work that they've done over the last few years, and most recently all the maintenance in our creeks, really helped us get through this. Many people have told me they thought it was going to be worse when they were experiencing the rains on late Sunday night and early Monday morning, that they anticipated that they would have seen a lot worse flooding. And I think a lot of what we've done as a city team, and these two individuals, Mr. Hill, Freddie Oddie, our fire department, everyone who really led the teams, but these two gentlemen here who have really provided a lot of inspiration for folks, really helped get through this. I know they're tired, so I know we'll give them a little grace tonight during the presentation because they've been working around the clock. But I just thought I'd make sure we gave them a shout out.
That's
Agreed.
not how I thought it'd go at all.
Well, I think we could all say ditto from here. And also, this was not just Sunday and Monday that started. I mean, as far as I remember getting the emails on the previous storm, and it was just, there was more and more. So thank you. And unfortunately, we have more to come.
Yes, we do. And I'd like to add that, City Manager Johnson is one of the favorite people I like to talk to, but at 5:17 a.m., you do not want to speak to him first thing in the morning. Again, thank you very much. Again, thank you for delaying this till Thursday so we could have a little more time to get it into shape. It's not the perfect polished presentation that we were hoping to provide you this evening, even though we've been working on it quite a while, but we had some outside factors that kind of weighed in a bit. So tonight, Greg Cruz, our Deputy Director of Maintenance Operations for Public Works, taking care of facilities, parks, streets, fleet, and urban forestry, will give the presentation. We'll go through background and vision, talking points about the the urban forest assessment, operations and ordinance review, climate action and climate program initiatives, outreach efforts and community partners, and finally implementation. That's Public Works does a lot of things really well, studies not so well, implementations fairly well, and so we're looking excited to implement some of these actions from our study session. Of course, we'll be ready for council questions, we hope, and then of course we're hoping to give the presentation, answer any questions, receive public comment, and then finally get some direction from council. Tonight, in addition to Greg Cruz, we're supported by a host of very smart and dedicated people to trees and urban forestry. Of course, Greg Cruz, we have Anthony Whipple, longtime arborist for the city, Bob Hill, all things climate action. Dr. Matt Ritter is here, longtime tree committee member, chair, and just all around a great advisor for us. Dr. Jen Yost and Chris Hama as well. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council, members of the council. We'll start off with a recommendation tonight, and again, we're excited to be here, and thank you for your time. So the first recommendation is to receive a presentation on the current state of the Urban Forest Services Program, and provide direction to staff and guide the final community forest plan and implementation of the work plan for the 23-25 financial plan. So to start off, a little bit of background on the Urban Forest Services Program. The Urban Forest Services Program is currently within the Public Works Department, and the program is responsible for proactive and reactive maintenance, community education and outreach, tree plantings, staffing of the tree committee, community partner liaison, development review, tree ordinance enforcement, heritage tree program, pest management, and tree removal applications. Historically, the program has had 4 full-time employees within the program and a variation of contract and part-time employees to assist with maintenance and development review. At the end of 2020, 3 of the 4 full-time employees left the program due to retirements and injuries, which left us in a bit of a pause, and we'll get into that in just a minute. So what is the vision of the urban, what's the ideal urban forest in SLO? The urban forest vision, the city of San Luis Obispo will be a community identified and shaded by a diverse urban forest. Relying on community forest management plan, the city will actively encourage participation in tree planting and stewardship, preserve and protect trees, promote public safety and tree health, cost-effective enhancement and maintenance of the urban forest, increase public awareness of the value of our community forests, and maximize the social, economic, and environmental benefits of the urban forest for community residents and future generations. So kind of fun slides here just to give you some context of our history of the urban forest. Here's a photo in 1957 off of Fredericks between in McCollum and Elbert. So not much of an urban forest. So let's fast forward 65 years, the same aerial photo, and pretty neat to see the difference 65 years later. We all know Lincoln Deli, So this is Lincoln and Broad Street. You can see Lincoln Deli there and the 101 on-ramp and the future location of the North Broad Street Park. And so again, fast forwarding 65 years, much different picture. So it means we're absolutely moving in the right direction. Due to the large percentage of staff that exited the program in 2020 and other operational issues, the Public Works Department chose to pause on permanently recruiting for the vacant positions. Doing so allowed us proper time to assess program and make sure we were proceeding in the best interest of the urban forest. First piece of the puzzle was to issue a request for proposal for tree maintenance. The city has historically used contract services. However, the need for an updated contract was necessary. Ultimately, the city chose West Coast Arborist as the contractor, which West Coast Arborist specializes in maintenance for municipalities throughout California, Arizona, and Nevada. Next was the organizational assessment, which was completed by Davie Resource Group. This assessment reviewed existing program conditions and identified challenges and opportunities. Davie Resource Group also interviewed internal and external stakeholders who have a role in administration, planning, maintenance, or advocacy of the urban forest. Recommendations were offered based on report, with many of these recommendations being proposed by staff. We also updated the city's tree inventory. The recent inventory date consisted of inspections to capture species, size, condition, and other risk factors of trees located within the city's public right-of-way, city parks, and city facilities. The former inventory had not been maintained properly, which led to inaccurate records. The former inventory was also inaccurate due to thousands of trees inventory that were outside of the areas described above. Yes. Although the new inventory captures approximately 13,000 trees as opposed to the former 20,000 trees, these trees are still in place but do not pose a similar risk and were not included in this inventory. One noteworthy finding of the updated inventory that was awfully impressive was the approximate value of the trees inventoried at approximately $40 million. Lastly, community forest plan is in progress and is being led by the Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources, and we'll get more into that in depth later on in the presentation. So within operations, tree pruning is obviously a large part of that. Historically, Urban Forest Services has had an 8 to 10 year pruning cycle for trees within the right-of-way and city facilities and parks. Due to staffing levels and other program challenges, the work performed became primarily reactionary, with the program responding to over 400 service requests annually for tree limb failures, right-of-way site clearance, tree health, pest, and other issues. The proposed work plan utilizes contract services for area pruning with a 5-year cycle, which is based on recommendations by Davie Resource Group and industry's best management practices. The use of contract services for area pruning has been very beneficial for the city and given us the ability to expand and contract services based on the need without subjecting staff to rigorous area pruning. During the recent storms, which as we've just talked about, this resource has been invaluable. So just this week alone, we've had crews from Ventura, the Fresno area, as well as Santa Maria crews and San Luis Obispo crews with West Coast Arborists, and at times operating between 15 and 20 tree workers within the city, helping us with the emergency response. The use of contract service also allows the use of a number of high-dollar pieces of equipment and ongoing maintenance associated with it. The revised area pruning schedule is one that will work ahead of the pavement management plan and provide clearance for this work and help identify infrastructure issues prior to the full implementation of the pavement zone work. With the assistance of one-time funding, the program has pruned approximately 40% of the city's tree inventory within the past 18 months, which is presented by the hashed lines in the slide above. Certain species, such as ficus, cottonwoods, and palms, are known as cycle busters and require a higher level of pruning. And the proposed work plan has these at a 3-year rotation for the cycle busters. Tree removals. So tree removals conducted by Urban Forest Services are typically done when trees are identified as dead, dying, or diseased. Structural defects are identified that cannot be improved by structural pruning. Where the tree is causing significant damage to infrastructure and removal of the tree is the only feasible way to repair the damage. Removals are identified through weather events, such as this week, which has certainly been the case over the last 5 weeks, area pruning, staff inspections, and community-generated service requests. Historically, replacements have not occurred in a timely manner, and sometimes not at all, which was largely due to resources. The new work plan proposed funding for replacements based on average historical tree removals. So, tree plantings. Planting the right tree in the right place is very important, especially within the urban environment and the changing climate. The assistance of Ritter from Cal Poly, the city is in the process of updating the approved street tree list within the engineering standards, which you'll see later on this year. And the new additions have species that are more adaptable to warmer climates, drought conditions, while considering the potential for infrastructure damage. Another objective that will be included in the community forest plan that we'll discuss later on is the discussion on time limits for trees within the right-of-way areas with high traffic areas and within certain stormwater devices that are part of the city's storm drain system. I'd now like to ask Dr. Ritter, Cal Poly professor and well-known botanist, to come up and discuss proper tree plantings, tree life cycles, and allergens associated with street trees.
Thanks, Greg.
This one, okay, all right.
These are brand new for us too.
Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for, and Greg, thanks for inviting me to come and talk. And I guess I'll say my name is Matt Ritter. I'm a professor at Cal Poly. For 8 years, I served the city as the chair of the city's tree committee. And in that time, got very familiar with the city ordinance and the changes to the ordinance, and also just the urban forest in general in San Luis Obispo. And I'll start just by saying, this is wonderful that we're doing this. This is having a study session associated with our trees, and how all this focus on efforts to improve our urban forest is a great thing. And it puts our city ahead of so many others that are just trying to manage all kinds of things and not being able to do this kind of planning that we're doing. The controversial things in the city of San Luis Obispo that I saw in those 8 years, major one was the ficus downtown. And you all have questions about that, maybe or maybe not, and I can try it. We can turn this into a discussion if you like. But one thing that I see happening in cities and other parts of California, because I've been asked to look at urban forests in different parts of California in my role as professor and head of the Urban Forest Institute at Cal Poly, is that the rotation of the trees is changing in a number of cities. And I'll give you an example, and Greg has asked me to give you this analogy because he liked it, but I'll do the analogy here. You can imagine a marathon, and humans were running a marathon. And if all the humans that you saw running a marathon were between their 80s and in their 80s and 90s, you would think humans are pretty crappy at running marathons. Many of them don't make it. It takes them a long time. It's not, just not to offend anybody, but 80 and 90-year-olds don't do good at marathon. And we expect that of many of our trees. And what I mean by that is that we did a survey. I had a student do a survey of some of the downtown ficus. Many of them were planted originally 1957, 1958. And that is a problem-free species for the first 30 years of its life. And then it just gets harder and harder and harder to manage. And what cities have gone to in a number of places in Southern California, particularly Western Southern California, places like Santa Monica, San Diego, is that they remove the tree before it becomes problematic. And you put all the trees on a rotation of a much shorter rotation, and it's hard to do. It's hard to do because we're talking about removing a 30 or 40-year-old tree that is seemingly healthy. But keep in mind that we take vehicles out of the fleet all the time that still run, and it would make sense. It would not make sense to allow a vehicle to go until it breaks down. But we do that with some of our trees, and it is controversial. But that is something worth thinking about. Is that we have to think about our rotation, and it's a great species. But if we are judging it by geriatric individuals, which was what we do when we look at the ficus downtown, you think it's a worse species than it actually is. So I have advocated for that species. And, I'm looking at Derek because he doesn't like that species and he mostly sees the problems associated with it. But I advocate for it because I think it is a great species if we begin to get it on a better rotation. So that's, I think, one thing that will be controversial that we should be aware of that is coming, that we should think about along with all this other planning that we're doing. Let me pause there and I could say, Greg, you want me to allow you to ask questions about that?
Can I
or-
ask just one question at that
course.
moment?
Yeah.
I appreciate your fleet example. And with the fleet, we pass on the car and it goes somewhere else and
Mhm,
someone else
mhm.
gets to enjoy it and drive it for a lesser price.
Mhm.
So how does that work for a tree?
It doesn't. We also, but I will mention this, that in the list that I have been helping with make for the city for their approved trees, some of those are, because we're now thinking about this pretty seriously, end of life use of the wood. And that is one selection characteristic that people are interested in now, is that can you grow a tree for 30 or 40 years in the urban forest and then make a bench out of it? Maintain some of the sequestered carbon that is in the wood in the tree in something, because if we're going to sequester carbon in the urban forest, we can't just get everything into the chipper. It has to go into something that gets sequestered a little bit longer. We need like 100 years of massive sequestering of carbon, and urban forests are going to be important for that. And so end of life has become more important. And there is a list for great trees for San Luis Obispo for wood. And that's one of the mini lists that I have tried to provide. What was the other thing you asked me to talk about? That was one.
Allergies.
Oh, allergies for street trees. Yeah.
At the
So-
female, male trees?
Yeah. Okay. So I will just I want to briefly address that because I don't think it warrants very much discussion at all. And that's because it's not real. We've looked into the literature over and over associated with that. Do trees cause allergens? And turns out there is some, but it's so low priority because what causes people allergens are mostly grass pollen. They happen to flower around the same times that many of our trees do, and it's really hard to tell what people are actually allergic to when they're complaining about a thing, a tree flowering, or the Italian ryegrass, which is all over our hillsides. We're never going to get rid of it. It's there, and that's what causes people, and it's known to be a massive allergen. Now, the idea of planting only female trees, there's all kinds of problems with that, in the sense that female trees are what make the fruit, what make the messy part of the tree. It's what usually people dislike a tree more if it's dropping a lot of things out of it. And so that's one problem with it. The second problem is there aren't very many species of trees that make male and female different individuals in the same species. You've reduced your palette of what's possible, the diversity of the trees you can have by wanting only male trees massively. So much so that it causes all kinds of other problems associated with the urban forest. So if you go for what we call dioecious species, those are male and female separated individual species, you've reduced it to 20 potential trees that you could plant in San Luis Obispo, and many of those are totally and wildly inappropriate. And I know it's popular for people to talk about that. And we've looked into the literature the best we could because we run this at Cal Poly with this thing called Selectree, which is a very highly and commonly used. I think we had 2 million hits over the last year on that. So we want to present really accurate data. What is the actual literature associated with allergies? And it's basically people's opinions and popular books, not actually real science.
So many thoughts, but Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, I would like to talk a little bit about the ficus trees. So, in my opinion, they're just really oversized, and they just aesthetically. I'm not even talking about what they do to the sidewalks and all the trips and falls and like that. I'm not talking about how much water they take, but just aesthetically, the way they crowd the buildings. So, at what point? How big is a ficus tree when it's 30 years old and then you're going to remove it? Is it already overwhelming the buildings.
Half the size of the trees that are down there now that are big.
Okay, and in terms
Half.
of like rooting up the sidewalks.
Not in the first 30 years.
Okay, and then a question for Mr. Cruz. In terms of maintaining those ficus trees, how do they rate in terms of the expense of taking care of them compared to other trees?
They are a higher cost for us within the city due to the high foot traffic in the environment in the downtown. So they're primarily in the downtown, which is where we have a large majority of our foot traffic within the city. So when you kind of put those two factors together, they do result in a higher cost compared to other street trees.
So another question for Professor Ritter. When you talk about rotation, are you talking about, I'm still talking about ficus trees, like every 5 years you would plant another ficus tree? And then you would have to
Yeah.
somehow, like, what, do they have little air tags on the trees, or how do you even keep track of when a tree is actually planted and then it has to be dealt with and like that? I mean, is this a database that we have?
Go ahead, Greg. I mean, yeah.
It absolutely is. And so that's part of our tree inventory. So our current tree inventory does not have planting dates for all of our trees. However, if we, trees within the past, since we've had a tree inventory, we're constantly adding those to those. And it is our intention, and we will make this happen, a well-managed tree inventory from here forward in our asset management plan. So absolutely, we can, in the long run, we'll be able to look and see when the current tree was planted, when the last tree was planted, and kind of all maintenance records. So we're capturing everything within it's the medical record, if you will, for the tree.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll also add to his answer to your question about the costs. One of those, the costs associated is due to the size and age of the trees. Those trees, when they're younger, require less maintenance. Can I slowly back away from the mic then? Are we good? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ritter.
All right.
Appreciate it. So young tree care, we'll talk about next. There's one right here. Not to the size that it's problematic yet. Young tree care has been challenging for the program due to the high amount of tree needs within the first 3 years of being planted, and sometimes more. This issue is becoming even more problematic with climate change and prolonged periods of drought. Tree planted without irrigation requires a minimum of 12 hours annually for irrigation and structural pruning, not including travel time. So when you add that up, it gets significant fairly quickly. As the city plants additional street trees in unirrigated locations, resources for early tree care will be essential. And we are, when available, requiring irrigation on street trees. A lot of the new developments have irrigation requirements and it there. So we are moving in that direction. However, it's not feasible in all locations currently. Moving on to the commemorative grow program, and here's a couple other neat photos. The one on top, estimated around the mid to late 80s, and the one on the bottom was just a couple weeks ago. So again, you can see what the program has done. With the City Council and its approved work program for 1988-89 called for a donor tree planting program specifically in and around Laguna Lake. In 1989, this was approved by Council as the commemorative grove and was dedicated at the Arbor Day celebration in 1989. A total of 9 commemorative grove trees and 38 windbreak trees were planted at this dedication. The commemorative grove program was put on hold in 2021 due to the pandemic and then reduced staffing levels. This program has been pretty challenging for the department due to the tree plantings not adequately covering the cost of maintenance, nor the maintenance that's expected by the community members typically who's purchased that tree. The Parks and Rec Department will soon be working on a Laguna Lake specific plan, and that will likely, the park will likely expand the active amenities within the park. Because of this, the commemorative grove may conflict with new amenities within the park, so that's something to keep in mind, and we do have some questions at the end that do include the commemorative grove program. So moving on from operations more into our tree ordinance. Section 12.24 of the Municipal Code regulates the city's trees for issues such as right-of-way tree species, size, planting requirements, proper maintenance, heritage trees, and most importantly, removals. Within Section 12.24.090, tree removal permits are required for trees that meet a certain size threshold and also depending on the location that they are planted. In 2019, the ordinance was amended to allow for a more transparent and efficient process while using objective standards that previously did not exist. So there's really kind of two sections as far as tree removals in the ordinance, non-construction and construction. And so we're going to start off walking you through construction and review of that. The former tree ordinance included highly subjective standards for non-construction removals that proved challenging in guiding and clearly defining the rationale behind tree removal decisions. The updated ordinance allows for the city arborist to make the necessary approvals if finding A through E can be found. Unless approved as an imminent hazard, all decisions are appealable to the tree committee if filed within 10 days of that decision. And obviously these are public postings are posted, so the community members around there know what's going on. For section F, convenience removal, the tree committee makes a recommendation to the community development director who makes the final decision, and that decision is appealable to the city council. Now moving in a little more of the hot button item, tree removals for construction. The ordinance was also revised to improve the process for construction-related tree removals. One of the focal points of concern for tree removals regarding development was the scope and timing of the tree committee's involvement, and where the trees were a component of the project. Changes in state law also limit the number of public meetings allowed through the review process. The ordinance was updated pertaining to the ordinance update pertaining to development was intended to provide tree committee with mitigation recommendations on tree removal requests prior to the final development approval. Currently, if construction-related tree removals is heard by the tree committee, the project is reviewed for consistency with the tree ordinance, and recommendation is made to the decision maker, which is dictated by the development project designation. Compensatory plantings are a requirement for both construction and non-construction permitted removals, with a minimum of 1-to-1 for on-site plantings and 2-for-1 for off-site plantings. In both construction and non-construction removals, a higher ratio of compensatory plantings can be required. In addition to the ratio, increased tree size of the required plantings is another component that can be required to mitigate the impacts of the removal. The tree committee is a seven-person committee made up of community members who reside in SLO. The role of the tree committee is to act as an advisory body to the director and city council for all matters within the trees. The bulk of the tree committee's duties are hearing non-construction and construction-related removals and reviewing construction projects to ensure compliance with the ordinance and mitigate the impacts of the development. At the December 2022 special meeting with the tree committee, staff and the committee discussed at length construction removals and the committee's role within this process. It was, again, we were just kind of reiterated through those discussions. It was kind of a mini study session for the tree committee, what their role is and how they can help mitigate these impacts. I'd now like to turn it over to my colleague, Bob Hill, who will discuss the climate action plan section of the presentation.
Thank you, Greg, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob Hill, Sustainability Natural Resources Official. Just want to really thank Greg and Matt for allowing us to be part of the presentation tonight. And indeed, the way that we look at our forest here in San Luis Obispo is fairly comprehensive. You know, they're very involved in our street trees and park trees and trees that are in our right of way. But when you look out across the landscape, of course, we have trees in our creeks and riparian corridors, and we have oak woodlands and forests in our open space. And so that's a lot of the reason why we have sort of a whole of government approach, if you will, where we have folks from different parts of the city working on trees in general. So we just want to start and have a few slides here to talk about our climate action commitment, We'll talk a little bit about the community forest plan, and then in particular want to zero in on the 10 Tall initiative to plant 10,000 trees by 2035. Since we were just here a month ago talking about the Climate Action Plan update, you'll recall, of course, that in our Climate Action Plan for Community Recovery, and this is fairly unique and different from most cities' climate action plans, we have a natural solutions pillar, which is focused on carbon sequestration. And City Council just last month affirmed to continue with natural solutions and with planting trees. And Program 2.1A simply says that we our next 4 years, we want to adopt and implement the community forest plan and make significant progress on the 10 Tall goal to plant 10,000 trees. Last month, and with the Climate Action Plan update, we were a little bit light on the details, in part because we were out of order. We wanted to come and have this study session with you tonight, and then we're right now on the agenda forecast to come back on April 4th with the community forest plan and further detail that. So our climate action plan in 2020 included natural solutions, and the 10 Tall one was first introduced at that particular time and was again reaffirmed just last month with our update. I also want to say that right now the adoption of the community forest plan and engaging with community partners to plant trees is also part of the major city goal for climate action, open space, and sustainable transportation in our 2021 through 23 financial plan work program. Thank you. Next slide, please, Greg. First, I want to make sure and introduce Chris Hama, who's sitting here to my right. Chris has just recently completed his work and graduated from the Master's in City and Regional Planning program at Cal Poly. It's his second master's degree. He already has one in the program that we used to call the Forestry and Natural Resources Department. And so he, and Chris and I have known each other for a while. He's a former board member with EcoSlow and have a relationship in that way. And one of the needs that was identified was to have an urban forest plan, or what we're now calling a community forest plan. So what's in the name, and I wanted to explain that a little bit. And it's not set in stone, but we liked the idea of a community forest plan because, first of all, we have trees throughout our urban area, but also in our natural areas as well. And together they form an ecological community. You know, a hawk doesn't care if it's an oak tree in an open space or an oak tree in somebody's backyard or an oak tree in the street, right? We also wanted to call it a community forest plan because we wanted to very intentionally bring the community into the equation. My city manager is always telling us we have to get to a place where the city's not in the center of the picture all the time. We need to bring in other people, partners, and members of the community and our residents as well to be part of the solutions and to help create the community that we envision and want to achieve. So that's the idea behind community forest plan, is to make it really inclusive and holistic. So it's a public-facing urban forest management plan that provides programmatic guidance and a series of goals and objectives, just like a traditional planning process. In preparing the community forest plan so far, as we're accustomed to doing, we looked at some benchmark cities that also have well-regarded urban forest programs and planning documents. And so we looked at Santa Monica, Santa Barbara, Davis, San Francisco, San Jose. Davis in particular and Santa Monica were very contemporary plans and very similar in many ways to San Luis Obispo. One of the key purposes of having a community forest plan is to implement our vision of an equitable, sustainable, climate-ready community, bringing multiple benefits, including economic benefits. And lastly, we want to use it as a communication document to talk with city residents, community members, knowledge about urban forestry, and also bring people into the 10 Tall initiative and garner some enthusiasm about that. Next slide, please. As Chris has done, so he's, I just want to say, he's graduated now. He prepared his professional project, was an urban community forest plan, and what we're up to right now, he's remains as an intern in our Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources at the moment. And he's sort of taking this very academic Cal Poly master's document and bringing it into a public-facing municipal planning document. So that's the process we're in right now. But we haven't had a chance to really come in and talk to council and make sure we're headed in the right direction. It's one of the questions we want to ask you tonight. But right now, our sort of high-level goals are to maintain and expand the urban forest, maximize environmental, social, economic benefits, and minimize undesirable conditions and maintenance issues like we've been talking about tonight. We really want to focus in and adopt the right right tree, right place, life cycle based perspective of urban trees, including planting, care, end of life use, which Dr. Ritter described, and be planting climate ready trees that will have an opportunity to thrive into the future. We want to foster a spirit of collaboration between city departments as well as with other local stakeholders, nonprofit groups, community groups, other agencies. We'll talk about some of those community partners later on, and most particularly our residents, our community. And we want to educate and seek involvement, particularly with historically marginalized groups. We talked about the climate action plan from last month, but next week we'll be coming back and talking about the climate adaptation and safety element, where we know that shading and cooling is particularly important. And you can see this trend in cities all over the country, where some of our lowest income neighborhoods tend to have the least amount of trees. Next slide, please. In order to carry out those goals, we have a series of objectives, and some of them we're well on our way on. The first couple, to design an urban forestry program and have data. So we've talked about data. We have an inventory. We have a programmatic assessment. We're strengthening our maintenance practices and clearing backlog. We just heard about the last 18 months worth of work handling 40% of our urban forest. We want to increase new plantings and the 10 Tall Initiative, re-examine tree removal and mitigation policies. And I want to really say DAV Resources Group did a lot of outreach. We had an online survey. They talked to residents. They talked to developers. They talked to technical stakeholders. They talked to staff. And a theme that emerged over and over and over again was this idea of like making sure our policy framework and code framework was working the way we wanted to. The reason my office is involved in this, our Office of Sustainability, is we want to focus on sustainability. Trees are important in so many different ways, whether it be carbon sequestration is a part of it, but it's also about shading and cooling and air pollution mitigation, and about rehydrating our landscape and in stormwater, and it's about habitat for birds and other critters. So we want to focus on climate resilience. We want to focus on life cycle, and as we were talking about, one of the big differences between whether managing an urban forest is a carbon sink or whether it has negative carbon benefits has to do with what happens with the tree after it dies. Can we make furniture? Can we make a bench? Can we make a deck out back? Those kinds of things. And there are other beneficial uses for urban trees. Soil enhancement and stormwater is really important here in terms of what we can be doing, and particularly in locations where maybe we can be recharging a groundwater basin in those areas of town that overlie the San Luis Obispo Valley groundwater basin. We're focused on safety. We know that a lot of our claims for slips and trips and falls and limbs falling on vehicles and things like that have to do with trees, and that's certainly of heightened awareness right now with our recent events. Water conservation, of course, is a core element of our focus on sustainability. We've talked about issues unique to downtown, both in terms of ficus and rotation of those trees. But another thing, and I learned this from one of the engineers that's since retired in Public Works, is that almost every square section of sidewalk in downtown has some sort of a utility underneath it, right? Whether it's fiber optic or natural gas or cable or over and over. And so it's really challenging environment in downtown. And also we have so much foot traffic. And so a new tree, sometimes we hope that they'll make it to 30 years, but oftentimes they don't because they become vandalized or other issues arise. We want to increase outreach to officials and to the public. And then lastly, throughout all of our work, as we've mentioned, but particularly with our urban forest, focus on equity. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the 10 Tall Initiative in particular. And we've had some questions about this. What counts? What doesn't? Where will all those trees go? Is it possible? Who will plant the trees? And at the moment, we've been spending some time thinking about this and really looking at it. One of the first places we started looking is when we had the inventory that was prepared by West Coast Arborists. And so first priority is if we have a tree well in an area that used to have a tree and it doesn't have a tree now, we want to put that tree back, right? And that's a high priority for us. There's about 400 of those, but we also looked at other areas of right of way, like for example, along the railroad safety trail, and we looked at other areas. So in our parks, you know, and so there's a lot of opportunity for tree planting in our parks. So we think that roughly speaking, there's about 1,000 trees that can be planted between now and 2035 in our streets and parks and right of way. Our creeks and open space is where we have a big opportunity to continue to enhance the natural environment and create habitat. And so we have about 2,000 trees going to creek and open space. A lot more land, right? We own 4,000 acres of open space, right? So we have a lot more opportunities, but also I think we can be more cost effective. You know, the amount of expenditure it goes to put in, you know, a 15 or a 45 gallon tree or a 60 gallon tree in downtown and excavate that out and get the right soil and put in the stakes and make sure it's watered and maintained for 3 years, those kinds of things. This is pretty significant compared to putting in a 1 gallon oak tree or even a plug into a tube that's going to be 3 feet tall next year. So we can get a lot more economy of scale that way and create a lot of good work. Our engineering standards for new development. So this is a really interesting area. So a couple of key things. So anytime we have a building permit or a new development, every 35 feet of street frontage is going to require a new tree. Anytime we have a new subdivision in one of our growth areas identified in the land use element, so for example, the Orchid Area Specific Plan, Avila Ranch, Broome Ranch, San Luis Ranch, and many, many others, those projects are going to have either a public improvement plan where you're going to see where the street trees are going to be. They're going to have a landscape plan. There's going to be trees there as well. So we went and worked with Community Development Department and tried to get a sense for, on average, when a new development comes in, about how many new trees get planted. And the data's all over the map because the sites are so different. But we think, on average, that about 1 new tree per unit will be planted. Sometimes when it's a new subdivision, it will be more. Sometimes when it's a really high density multifamily development in a constrained site, it will be less. The one thing about this that I really want to emphasize is we consider these to be net new trees that are additive, not ones that are being replaced for mitigation because there's a tree being removed. Those don't count. That's the one thing that doesn't count, okay? We work with a lot of amazing volunteers and community partners, and we'll talk about some of those right now. EcoSlow, Rotary de Tolosa, and Cal Poly in particular, but also just a lot of private individuals. We know one individual, Thomas Weinshank, who was a teacher at San Luis High for many years, who single-handedly, by himself, on his own, has planted hundreds of trees in San Luis Obispo. Those kinds of people. So 1,500 trees there. Community private plantings is a sort of a novel concept, but in speaking with city arborist Anthony Whipple, it's not unheard of in cities. And this is the idea of, you know, on a quarterly basis, for example, we have trees that are available for private residents to come and pick up a tree. And we're going to hear a little bit more about this and plant it in their yard. When you look out across the totality of our urban forest, many of those trees are located on private property or in somebody's backyard, that kind of thing. So we'll talk more about that. We have 1,500 trees there. And lastly, since we adopted the Climate Action Plan and first set forward with this goal, we think about 1,000 trees have gone in the ground. So that's how we think we can get to 10,000 trees. These are stretch goals in every single category, don't get me wrong. But the idea is that we think it's doable. We think by spreading it out, it can be relatively cost effective. So for example, with the community private plantings, the sort of idea of having trees that are available, come down and get one and take a picture and scan the QR code and we'll get it in on our inventory. You know, that might be a $10 tree and we need to do 50 of those a quarter. So it's a relatively small amount of money. At this particular time, we'll take next slide. But I'd like to invite Dr. Jen Yost. And Dr. Yost is another one of those really outstanding technical experts and community volunteers like Dr. Matt Ritter that we've really come to rely on in many different ways to help with us. And so Jen and Matt, they're not just academic technical experts, but they're the people who are doing a lot of the hard work. They're the people that are growing trees in a greenhouse as starts so that we can go out and plant them. They're the ones that are coordinating planting events on Saturdays at South Hills Open Space. And they're the ones that are literally coming out there with shovels and making sure that every single one of those trees gets in the ground. And so I just really want to express my appreciation. I'll ask Dr. Giss to talk a little bit about the 10 Tall website, where she's been able to work with Cal Poly's computer sciences department, as well as some students that are working on some graphic communication material. So I really want to thank Cal Poly's computer sciences and those students working on graphics, Charlotte and Caitlin, and I'll turn it over now. Where'd you go? There you are. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I guess I'm supposed to use this mouse. As Bob said, Matt and I are the principal investigators for an institute at Cal Poly called the Urban Forest Institute. And we serve as professional counsel to currently over 30 cities in California who are debating the same issues that our council faces. How do you get more diversity in your urban forest? How do you get climate-ready trees? But none of them have set a goal as cool as this one. So and I'm left-hand mousing too. That's probably wrong. Okay, so when we got the inventory, we said, there's only 300 empty street tree wells. Where are these 10,000 trees going to go? But I thought, that's no problem at all, because there's 40,000 people in San Luis Obispo. And so if just a quarter of them put a tree in their yard, we're done with 10 Tall. And I really do think that 10 Tall is a community initiative. I don't think it's the city's responsibility. And I think all of our messaging should focus on the fact that everybody has a part to play in this. Everybody loves our community in San Luis Obispo. And it's a feel-good activity to plant and then steward a tree. And then 30 years later, you come back and you tell your children the story of you planting that tree someday. And so what we thought we would do to cultivate that was to capture all of these individual efforts of people planting trees in the community. And so this was a capstone project for computer science, and it's a very simple website. And I would call this a draft website. But it's just a landing page where people can come to, and you can click this register a tree link. And the idea here is that every tree that somebody plants, they would take it home and scan a QR code that's on a tag on that tree, and then they input some data about it. This is also the scientist in us. We always want to do great research on trees, and we never know when they were planted. So this solves that problem. So the way that this form works is you would type in a name. I don't have a keyboard, so I just won't do it. Do you want your name to appear publicly on this website? When was it planted? And then you're able to upload an image. And if you're on your phone, it can do that fancy thing where it gets the location automatically from the photo. And then you put on the map exactly where you planted that tree. You drop a pin, you try to write the species name, and then whether or not you can be contacted or not. And then when you submit this, what I can't show you because I'm not filling out the form is that it says, you just planted tree number 300 in San Luis Obispo. So you're like, yes, okay. And then on the homepage, if I go back to it, every time someone plants a tree, this little counter advances. The other thing that it tracks, let's see if I can potentially move this or just guess what I'm clicking on. Okay, great. So then the other thing it does is it displays all of the trees. So you could, if you were tree, right, can you type tree 100? Great, okay, so, and then hit enter, yeah. So here's tree 100, and it tells you, this was Tom's tree, it's an oak, and then if you look at these other trees, they're all underwater now, so who knows what's going on with them. But anyway, so it's a cool public demonstration of all the trees that have been planted and our community counter, and I would consider it a draft website because, as Bob alluded to, a lot of trees have gone in the ground in the last several years, and I need to just compile all their locations and then delete everything on this website and then re-upload them before we really launch it to the public. But the idea, this website could live with the city. It can continue to live at Cal Poly, wherever it's best suited. We just wanted to have a tool to track all the cool things that were happening. And then are there some slides that I'm supposed to talk about next? Oh, okay, great. Well, then the last thing I'll mention is that then I've been working with, as Bob mentioned, Charlotte Smith, who's right here, and her partner, Caitlin Robertson, on designing some graphic design flyers that begin to educate the public about what is 10 tall and how do you plant a tree. And a cool thing that they've developed are these tree tags that just have QR codes on them. And the idea there is that you give them to Home Depot and miners and farm supply and everywhere that's selling trees, so that the public is like, oh, great, I bought a tree and I'm intending to plant it because I just bought it. And then you can register that tree here and it counts towards our city goals. So, is there anything else? Okay, thank you so much.
Just one more for me here. Just want to talk about community partnerships because it's really, as noted, it's a central element. You know, love it. You can go to miners, get a tree, and we're going to know that you planted a tree. You can come for a complimentary tree and plant it, and we'll know that that happened. But some of our really key partners and why we think we have the wherewithal to actually pull off this ambitious goal is because we have some great partners. And I just wanted to identify again, Cal Poly. In particular, biological sciences department, but other areas of Cal Poly. EcoSlow has been a community partner of the city for over 20 years now, and they've done different things. We used to do the Slow Stewards. We used to do, going back to the 70s, we used to do recycling, right? One of the things that they're up to right now is building and developing a tree planting program. Downtown Slow is one of our key partners as well, with the Downtown Foresters that Anthony Whipple is the liaison to, and they've been really a great partner for us over the years. I think I first learned from Council Member Marks, and we had coffee. I remember this been a while, but you came to me and said, you know, I'm a member of Rotary, and Rotary International has declared that this year every Rotarian in the world is going to plant a tree. And our Rotary Club de Tolosa would like to do that, and where can we do it? So we did our first project at Johnson Ranch and planted over 70 trees there. But they've kept going, and they have a nice network of 6 or 7 folks who really want to do this and have committed. They've said, we want to plant 100 trees a year for the next 10 years. So since then, they've partnered with us and with Cal Poly and with EcoSlow and others at South Hills Natural Reserve and at Terrace Hill as well. Some of those beautiful street trees right there on Bishop Street were part of that process. CAL FIRE is really important to us as well in a variety of different ways. They have professional foresters that help us in our open space. They also have some really, this is where a lot of the grant funding is. And so having those relationships and partnerships with CAL FIRE is important. The County of San Luis Obispo is a partner as well in a couple of different ways. But one of them in particular is our Zone 9 Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Provides funding for some of the maintenance that we do on creek trees. And so this is a big part of how we're dealing with flood control and water conservation. And PG&E, of course, you know, everywhere we have overhead utility lines and power lines, you know, the poles and wires, so to speak, they're an important partner. And then we also work with their contractors, for example, Davie Resources Group. And so we have regular relationships with them. A great example would be there's a 220 kilovolt line that comes right through the Irish Hills Natural Reserve. Well, we work really well with them to make sure that they come out every year and clear vegetation around those high voltage lines to make sure we don't have any sparks and fires, because we know in Irish Hills that would be a big issue. So when we think about our urban forests and our community forests, some of these partners may not immediately come to mind, but it turns out they're all really valuable. So just want to emphasize that. And then give it back to Greg and Matt. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Bob. And just to add on with the community partnership, so we're really excited about the city's first volunteer coordinator in the Parks and Rec department. And, you know, it's expected to kind of increase collaboration between the community partners you see here on the screen, but also seek out new opportunities within the city, both with individuals and other organizations. So exciting, forthcoming there. So public outreach. During the assessment period, staff conducted public outreach in multiple forums. Since urban forestry is such an integral part of the climate action plan, Pillar 6, Natural Solutions, the topic was discussed at a series of stakeholder lunch and learns that was hosted by the Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources. With the organizational assessment conducted by Davie Resource Group, we held an online survey, only open for 30 days. The survey included 9 questions, community members on views, tree benefits, education and outreach, urban forestry program operations and preference for future tree plantings. This survey resulted in 644 survey responses, which was the second highest in Davies history for such survey, only second to Anchorage, Alaska, which was open for 4 months. So pretty commendable to our community to be so actively involved. Lastly, the assessment and proposed program changes have been discussed with the tree committee during the last 18 months, and most recently at a special meeting in December of 2022 that was held in preparation for tonight's meeting. So I want to talk to you now a little bit about implementation and a staffing model that we're proposing. And we'll kind of get more into depth with this with some funding, but I did want to walk you through this. So the proposed staffing model is based on recommendations of Davie Resource Group. The bifurcation of the program among multiple departments will allow for consistent and efficient processes in addition to better aligning duties with the department's work programs. Managing the regulatory and enforcement portion of the urban forest program requires a vastly different skill set than the maintenance duties because a majority of the regulatory duties within the urban forest program are on private property. Transitioning a city arborist or a similar type position to a community development department would embed the position with planning, development review, and code enforcement and give additional resources not currently available within the Public Works Department. The city recognizes an internal urban forest team will be essential for the success of this work plan. So this slide kind of goes over some historical funding over the past 5 years. And we've broken it down into operating capital, which capital is used for contract pruning, and then one-time funding with the total on the bottom. And so as you can see from this slide, urban forest funding has fluctuated over the past 5 years. Starting in 2019-20 fiscal year, capital funding was increased to $175,000 along with addition of temporary contract staff during that financial plan. In 2021 and 22 and 22-23, one-time funding and salary savings was used for to reduce the backlog of pruning, which we talked about that 40% over time, or over the past 18 months, excuse me. So looking forward into implementation, and we'll get into council once we get into some questions we have for council and some discussion. What we've currently have on here is kind of existing funding currently within the urban forest program by staffing, maintenance, and when we say maintenance, that's really the contract dollars in the capital. A phased approach, what we think is kind of the middle ground if council doesn't want us to, a full implementation within 23-25, and then what we feel the community vision. It should be noted that, positions like the maintenance contract coordinators who are largely involved with overseeing and managing West Coast contract, and the volunteer coordinator is not involved or included in this. It's separate. However, they are largely involved in this. This is more kind of specific urban forest staff, arborist, and then the development review arborist that we talked about, our city arborist position. It also should be noted there would be minor operating cost within the funding or within the final work plan as well. So the last slide we have for council is we've got some questions for you tonight. These are the same questions as within the staff report, and obviously there's open to more questions, but I'll run through them for you. So starting off, what size program does council feel is appropriate? Would council prefer full urban forest program implementation within the 23-25 financial plan, or would a phased approach of a full program be council's desired direction? Question number 3, is council supportive of the bifurcated urban forest services work program across multiple city departments? Question number 4, what is council's preferred direction on continuing the commemorative grove tree program? 5, should staff provide recommendations in the 23-25 financial plan to evaluate the tree ordinance as it relates to competent words are getting hard tonight. The plantings, compensatory, what Derek said, thank you. Pursuant to tree rules after input and guidance from the community and the tree committee, does council feel the community forest plan is headed in the right direction in terms of goals and objectives? And lastly, is council supportive of a complimentary tree giveaway or grant for city residents to plant trees on their own property that will help achieve the 10 Tall initiative, as well as overall allocation of tree plantings in order to meet the objectives. So this ends our presentation portion tonight, and now we will gladly open it up to council for questions and further discussion.
Thank you so much. This is an incredible study session. And again, thank you for being able to get through this in this busy of a time with all the weather. And before we get to these 7 questions, I tried and I must have missed it, but I have to ask, can we include fruit trees in this process of the urban forest? Because when I think about, food insecurity as a conversation we have a lot, I know also food can be messy, but it just seems like something that should be part of the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So we did include that. I can start off and then I can hand it over to Dr. Yost. We did include that in the organizational assessment, had Davie Resource look at that. Fruit trees do pose problems within the public right-of-way. As you said, droppings, rodents, things like that. However, we have heard there is a desire from different community residents, maybe more in parks, to add fruit trees. And so it certainly is on the table. And I'll hand it over to Dr.
Yeah, it's definitely not downtown sidewalks. That's not my goal.
Right tree, right place. That's all I was going to say. So, I mean, it counts in terms of tree planting and all of the other benefits of trees, but you don't want it on the sidewalk.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you all so much. Really excited to see this item as an eco-slow tree keeper. This is very exciting for me. I did a couple of quick questions before I go down the responses to the questions. And one was, do we have any pipeline in place for the reuse of the urban wood that's sequestering the carbon after harvest? I know it's a beautiful idea, but without any sort of plan in place, how does that work?
So we currently don't have, and I'm going to ask either Bob Hill or Jen Yost to help us out with that answer.
I guess there's not an official city pipeline, although Bob could address that better. But there are, one of CAL FIRE's funding initiatives is end-of-life use for wood. And so locally in our community, EcoSlow has partnered with, what's Danny's company called? Deadwood Revival over on South Higuera. And so their goal is to, whenever a tree falls, to save the log, and then they mill it right there on South Higuera. And so you're seeing that as a much bigger priority when trees fall.
And my second question was with our objective 1.8 focus on equity, environmental justice, do we have a specific plan for planting in low-income neighborhoods? How are we targeting making sure that we're providing that shade and kind of helping to bring the program to folks where they are?
Did you want Anthony to answer the previous question?
Council. I did want to say that we do reach out to Danny Torres with the Deadwood Revival, and there was a sycamore tree that went down off of San Luis Drive, and I called him up, and it was a good candidate for him, and he did make effort to get that log out of there. So it's in half now, and he wants to get the other half, but he's been real busy. So we do, and we are reaching out.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Regarding equity, a couple of different things. We're going to talk about this more next week when we talk about climate adaptation and safety with that item as well. But we mapped low-income areas and we mapped tree coverage. And this is a trend, as I mentioned earlier, that you see over and over again in cities all across the country. It's been fairly well documented. The New York Times had a really nice piece on this that was very visual a couple years ago. And so we have that map that when we're going to talk about that in context of climate adaptation, where some of the neighborhoods in San Luis Obispo that tend to be those lower income census tracts also tend to have some of the fewest trees. Then we'll need to sort of go in there and sort of marry up that kind of mapping and say, what are our real opportunities in terms of, are there locations in the street or are there in right of way and or nearby parks where we can continue to do more planting? Other aspects of shading and cooling have to do, I think, with extreme heat events, and a lot of people in San Luis Obispo don't have air conditioning. We're starting to see more of that with some of the technology, like the heat pump units and things like that. But also, in general, when you don't have that shading and cooling, you tend to be running your fans and things more often, even if it's not air conditioning. So you're going to be experiencing a higher utility burden as well. And so those are sort of a compounding effects of not having trees. Another thing that tends to be is trees add value as well, right? In terms of beautification, spiritual, emotional well-being, those kinds of things. That's like pretty well documented in social science and literature. And then, so I think there's a variety of different ways we can sort of, I'm going to say cross-tabulate, which is way too technical of a term, to figure out what are our best opportunities to do that. But the most important part actually is the people, having conversations. And one of the areas where some cities have failed with this type of strategy is to go to a particular neighborhood and say, we want to plant a bunch of trees and when we want you to take care of it. And people are saying, I'm just trying to figure out how to buy a bag of groceries. I'm not going to go water your tree. And so there really needs to be that buy-in. And it needs to be, I think, a sort of a bottom-up kind of grassroots thing to make it really work well, where we're actually out talking with people and making sure it's what they want and that they're prepared to see the benefit and be part of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Then a question about the compensatory planting program. I've heard a lot of interest from the community in upping the requirements for that. I think the 1-to-1 and the 1-to-2 requirement that we have right now, and exploring what other communities do as far as what their planting requirements are. Can you give us any sort of indication? Are we in line with what most other communities are doing? Are we doing more? Are we doing less?
So we did reach out to some local communities. We appear to be right in line. What we did find is some local oak trees, kind of native oaks, sometimes have a higher, like 3-to-1 compensatory planting, but it really seemed to be kind of more towards the oaks from what we saw.
Madam Mayor, if I could just hop in here, from my experience doing some of this work in some rural areas, et cetera, is that one of the key pieces that we're missing is is right now the burden shifts to the city once those mitigation trees are planted. And so I think, if we get direction from council on looking at that overall program and the ratios, we'd also want to look at, what is the responsibility of the developer rather than that shifting to the public. So I'll give you an example. Some agencies require, hey, here's what it's going to cost for 3 years to establish the tree. And so you're going to pay for not only the cost of the installation of the tree, but that watering, maintenance, et cetera. And then that ratio is put in place to make sure that there's some good chance of success that tree is going to make it to maturity.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I have one more question. Number 4 on here about our preferred direction on the continuation of the commemorative grove. Can you give us a little bit more detail on what you're looking for there? From what I understand from the information you provided, the commemorative grove might be in conflict with future development. So what are you asking us there?
So we currently have that on hold because we do have the pause with the program and we don't have the necessary resources to manage that currently. But also forthcoming, is the Laguna Lake strategic plan. So it is council want us to continue on with that program, knowing it could be problematic with the future plans of the lake.
And that's the only commemorative grove. There's not others. Okay, so
Correct,
we're just
yes.
talking specifically about the one at Laguna.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And no need to be sorry. You can have as many questions as you want. Councilmember Shoresman.
Hi, yes, thank you so much for that presentation. I feel like it was like the all-star cast presenting together in collaboration. It's really great to see all of the expertise that we have in this community and really taking advantage of that. And the fact that you're all working together on this is it just makes it all that much better. I have the money questions first. I was looking at the costs of the different employees, and I think if you went back a couple of slides, where you talked about the historical costs over the last few years, and trying to this table, and then trying to rectify this with the following table. It looks like for example, in 2021, 2022, we spent about $1 million, almost 1.1 million on the different categories here. But then if you flash forward to the next slide, the target, it looks like the amounts are a lot less. So is this counting, it's not just counting staffing. So I guess I'm trying to figure out if what you're proposing is sort of cost neutral to what we've done in the past, even with adding more staff, or if where are we in consideration of, are we looking to add more costs, or are we going to be cost neutral?
So because we did transition some of those staff members to other roles, such as the maintenance contract coordinators who are kind of taking care of all of the maintenance needs to the contract, that budget did decrease some within the operating. So as you can see there, there's approximately $500,000 annually currently committed to the program. Going forward, the slides, the funding has fluctuated. So we are looking for an increase, to meet the community vision, it would take an increase in funding within the program, to answer your question.
So for example, with the phased approach, there would be additional funding needed above and beyond the $800,000 that's there, because historically we've spent closer to $1 million on the program in general. Am I making sense?
I think we were looking at a couple peak years for the past 2 years because we had so much deferred maintenance. I think we also had injured employees for several years, so we were understaffed and we underspent. And so you see the tail end of that time period as year one in the prior slide when we're doing the comparison. So there were several years where we underspent, so then we dedicated one-time resources to catching up with the pruning. And so that's where you see that $1 million price tag. And then if you go to the next slide, what I think Greg was trying to communicate is due to some moving of staff resources, the existing program shows a lower number because we move some people around, as we're wont to do. And so the phased approach is pretty close to what you need at this moment in time for the baseline, and then the aspirational funding is the higher price tag, if I'm translating it correctly, since I do the numbers more than you do.
Very well said.
So just what I'm reading here, Greg. So if the council wanted to do a phased approach next year, we're talking on about an ongoing basis, an additional $311,000.
That is correct.
From current. Okay. Thank you for that. Sorry to create that complicated translation there. I had sort of a similar question to Councilmember Francis about the compensatory planting and the similar about edible landscape as the mayor. But then the last question that I had, I think for now, is the tree inventory system. I saw some references in the materials about having other entities or other people access the tree inventory to sort of help us keep that up and improve it. And I see that maybe it sounds like the app that you were showing, the website would actually let individuals sort of enter information into the inventory in a way too. Is that correct?
The app that Dr. Yo showed off is a little bit different, but we could take that information and then translate that into our tree inventory program.
So do we have any concerns as a user of lots of shared systems? Do we have any concerns about the accuracy or the error, increase in errors with lots of different entities and people from different entities using and putting information into the database?
So yeah, if it's not a certified arborist putting the information in, I mean, there is potential for error. And honestly, if it is a certified arborist, there's a potential for error. Now, that being said, every time a tree is inspected, well, not every time a service request is generated or a tree is pruned, those records are updated. So if we find a species misidentification, that would be corrected within time through the area pruning program, or as issues occurred with that tree that required staff attention.
So there would be some error review in the process by city staff to make sure that the inventory that you're creating remains as accurate as you can.
Absolutely.
And yes. I don't know if you wanted to add.
To mess with outside of technical experts.
And then the way that the 10 tall site is built, there's a verification step where we actually have to go in and look at each photo and then verify the name on it before it would ever translate to anything that you guys are using.
Sorry, if I may, I just wanted to elaborate as well, having thought about this as well, because it's kind of a key question, right? And so, Rotary Tolosa's planting trees and EcoSlow's planting trees, right? And so I think what we'll need to do is you need to keep track of that, and we'll agree on a quarterly basis or something like that. Send us your spreadsheet, and we'll make sure that it gets quality control and that it gets into the master inventory that West Coast Arborists did. Same thing with the 10 Tall website. But the quality control piece is important. This is just for an example, and completely respectfully, when we looked at the map of where all the existing trees registered in 10 Tall are, I noticed there's 3 or 4 out in Los Osos. So we would go through there and go, whoops, those don't count, right? So they're great trees. That's wonderful. Somebody did that and they registered, but we're not putting those in our inventory, right? Yeah.
And last, with the commemorative grove, might there be opportunities for, historically it's been a grove at Laguna. Would there be opportunities maybe for rethinking the definition of that or changing it in some way so that we could, maybe expand it to other parts of the city? We have a great program downtown with bike racks where, you could have your plaque put on a bike rack and pay for that expense. I'm just wondering if we could rethink that concept and, take advantage of the fact that, maybe we might want to use Laguna, the area where the grove currently is, for other purposes going forward.
I do think there is an opportunity to maybe move locations of the commemorative grove or move it to a new location, but just based on specific to Laguna Lake, that, I know the city's kind of looking to expand that with all the new development in that area. But, it's not the program itself that's so much the problem, it's just the location and future uses.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. I have questions about the compensatory program, but it sounds like we'll likely have a consideration of that. So I'll hold those questions for another day. So the couple of questions. One, the 10,000 trees number in the first place. Wanting to make sure I understand when the question comes up. I remember the 10,000 steps, very catchy, but the scientists came back a little while later and said, really 7,000 is kind of your, 10,000 doesn't hurt, but 7,000 is the sweet spot. And so I'm wondering, is 10,000 kind of a catchy number? 20,000 would have been great, but 10,000 is what we think is reasonable, or gosh, we're doing our sequestration. And from a money perspective, investment, now that we're getting into natural solutions more, do we really only need 6,000 trees and more regenerative farming agriculture practices in order, bang for the buck is, I guess, what I'm checking in on there.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Pease. That's a great question, and there's a lot packed in there, so let me see if I can get it at all. So 10,000 was a fairly arbitrary number, right? And so we had some discussion when we were working on the climate action plan in 2020. We first came to council with a similar study session to this one, and there was discussion, is 10,000 the right number? And our former Mayor Harmon said, well, what about 15,000? We were like, well, hold on a minute, let's not, pump the brakes a little bit. That this is a stretch goal already, right? And so I don't think there's magic to the number of 10,000 per se. I do want to be clear that in terms of carbon sequestration all by itself, trees are not the silver bullet. They're not the most they're not the practice that was going to sequester the most carbon. Of course, we have other land management practices and compost application, some of those kinds of things in our climate action plan. Those really outpace. However, in terms of multiple benefit, some of those, like, so with compost application is just one example, and there are many practices. We're interested in soil moisture and ecological relationships and habitat and carbon as well. In the urban forest, though, there are so many benefits that we know about in terms of habitat and water and air pollution and carbon sequestration and end-of-life uses of the tree as another use. And environmental economists have looked really closely at ecosystem services as they're related to trees, and that's a big part of what, Greg mentioned earlier that Davie Resources said, our urban forest is worth $40 million. They're not just talking about what's the present day cost of buying that tree and planting it. They're talking about the totality of the ecosystem services that it provides across the board. I don't think that type of literature really exists so far in a robust way or at all as it relates to some of the other practices that we include in our natural solutions pillar. So I guess what I want to say is I can't give you a really great answer about is one better than the other in terms of dollars expended in a budgetary kind of way. They have different benefits and different goals. And we've been planting trees for a long time. Other practices are pretty new.
No, I appreciate the answer. And then I guess the other question that I had is the development review arborist. Is that we have a like who's doing that now? Is this really one FTE that would be full-time tree review, or what does that really look like?
Right. So the concept would be currently we have our city arborist, urban forest supervisor, and they fill that role now, but they also manage the urban forest crew when we have appropriate staffing levels. So we haven't landed on a topic or a name if we title for that position if we do in fact head that direction, but it would be a full-time job, absolutely, because it's enforcement, following up on compensatory plantings for removals. It's the regulatory side of that. And so again, separating that out, and then the tree crew would then be housed potentially under another maintenance group within Public Works Department. So they wouldn't have, there wouldn't be the city arborist who's both running the regulatory and the maintenance side of it.
Gotcha. And in the phased approach budget, is that position funded?
Yes, it's currently funded. So yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question about the commemorative grove. We actually planted 3 trees there, one for my husband's father, one for my husband's mother, and one for my mother when they each died. So I think just cutting down the commemorative grove without having any sense of what's being commemorated would not be a good idea. So it's not just commemorating people who died. There are other reasons that people have planted these trees, and they know where those trees are, and they go visit those trees and remember the reason that it's planted. So whether or not it was a good idea to start it in Laguna Lake Park, in fact, that's what we did. And so I think there might be a real problem in just eradicating it. So I don't know what parks would have in mind, but here's my question. Has there been any thought about reaching out to the people who are commemorating people?
So that's a great question. And I don't think it's our intent to go through and cut down the forest. It's just, do we want to continue the program and expand it and create future conflicts?
Okay, so the other question that I have is there is a kind of random forest over by the wharf that occasionally there would be a tree that needed to be planted somewhere. And I think Neil Havlick was, we called it Neil's Forest at some point. It's pretty random. So is there any plan for that forested area? Or is that going to be something that is going to be taken down?
Currently, that's within the open space, and no, there's no plan to take
Mhm.
any trees down in that area.
So a future commemorative grove could possibly be located in that area, do we think?
Absolutely. That
If
would be on
the
an
city,
option.
yeah, if the city decided to continue that program. Yeah, I had a question about uh, the census tracts being used as a way of locating low-income neighborhoods. And I just want to say that the student populated areas of the city come out with the census tract as being really impoverished, right? Because the students work at Starbucks or something. Somebody else is paying that rent, either a scholarship or parents or a student loan. In fact, and having lived on Albert Drive for 35 years, there's an incredible number of trees there. In fact, you guys just showed that with the Frederick and Albert corner that are well-established trees. And so I'm not sure that using the census tracts, this is my question, to what extent do you plan to use the census tracts as a guide to focusing tree planting in those different areas? Or are you going to go really out there and look at the neighborhood and say, wow, there's already a lot of trees here?
Can ask for Bob's assistance on this one.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good question. It's interesting because we encounter this a lot of times when we're making grant applications, and for state of California grants, oftentimes that's one of the sort of requirements is where are you, and are you in one of these mapped areas? And oftentimes you're thinking that mapped area doesn't make any sense based on what I know. And I think if I may, I'd like to defer this question a little bit while
That's
attempting
okay.
to answer it more until we come back next week and talk about the climate adaptation and safety element and about exactly what methodologies were used to sort of determine some of those mapping areas. But I don't think that it was purely census tracts. We looked at other income data and other data sources that are publicly available. But ultimately, we're trying to set a rational basis for it. Oftentimes, I think, and particularly as we continue to advance our inclusionary housing policies, the goal is that affordable housing and market rate housings are intermingled, right? And so you're going to have $1 million house on the same block as a housing authority property, right? And we see that around town. And so I think that's where you really need to be a little bit more thoughtful. I like the phrase, all models are models and some of them are actually useful, or it goes something like that. And so I think, you can use a computer and you can use a map and you can use a model and data to get you most of the way towards making a decision. But ultimately you need to go out there and talk to people. You need to see what's going on, and you need to see what the needs are and make a human-based decision. I hope that helps for now.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, City Attorney, do you mind, is there any additional information you can give around the demographer that we've hired in the past? Would that kind of information be passed on to Mr. Hill's department?
The demographic information, if it's helpful to this endeavor, we certainly can share that, sure.
Okay, thanks.
Well, you're talking about yeah, okay. So here's another question. Some cities have Christmas tree giveaways, live Christmas trees, and people can take them and decorate them, and then after Christmas, plant them someplace. And I'm wondering if we've considered a Christmas tree. I mean, right now there's a lot of waste, as far as I'm concerned, cutting down these trees, and
Well, I could just, I'll answer that by saying that, yeah, you see the legacy of inappropriate tree planting of Christmas trees all over Western California. and a lot, right tree, right place. A Christmas tree is not the right tree for San Luis Obispo's urban forest in many regards.
Okay.
But they're there and they survive, and they're out there, and you see some of those in town.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have
Could
a
I
few.
just add
Oh, yeah,
to
go ahead.
that answer a little bit? But we are growing all these trees at Cal Poly. I mean, not Christmas trees, but and we've offered to collaborate with the city in those tree giveaways. So we've been growing interesting and unique species that for a climate-ready California. And so we would absolutely love to do a tree giveaway. And if people are okay with an oak tree being a Christmas tree, then right on. Both programs, both work. And then the other thing I was going to say is that it's very unusual that a city funds the planting of trees in the city. And that is not actually what your program does either. The city would write grants to agencies that fund tree planting in communities. And those agencies, so in this case, it's mostly CAL FIRE, those agencies have devised metrics for identifying underserved communities, and they don't actually fund the planting of trees outside of those areas. And a problem with that is that it's easy to plant a tree and it's hard to get a tree to live beyond 3 years. And so a pattern has emerged where you can plant trees in underserved communities, and then those trees are dead when you come back to check on them 5 years later. So CAL FIRE has realized this. And so in their latest grant cycle, they've decided to focus their $150 million of tree plantings in schools, in their underserved schools. So they have shifted their energy and their money to trying to create sustainable forests within schools and sort of put the effort there. And so I think that, it's grant initiatives like that that will direct what our city does and where we plant trees. And I would also say it's very difficult to get a tree in the ground in general. So I've knocked the doors of all kinds of neighborhoods in San Luis Obispo to try to convince people to put a tree in their median. And, everybody hates trees for whatever reason, all reasons. And one complaint that we often hear is like, well, if we plant this tree, it's just going to be expensive for me because the city won't come and take care of it, And so there is a real tension here. And I just want to get trees in the ground. And so one problem that I continually see is that the tree has to be watered, and you're an tree keeper, so you're one of those people who waters their tree every week. But I noticed that in the staff report that we were using contractors to water the trees. It's like the number one reason why trees die. And if we don't have some plan, it doesn't have to be the city's plan, but somebody needs to have a plan for how these new trees get watered. Otherwise, they just won't make it.
Thank you. That's very helpful and makes sense. Exciting about the school idea because there's obviously people there already who are in process of taking care of that landscape. So that would be really great. I hope that happens more. And that kind of goes to I think about, though, at the same time at a school and kids climbing on a tree, as we talked about earlier, the vandalism of trees that maybe downtown that are younger. And I'll wait till we have the compensatory planting conversation, but I feel like not only is the ratio a question, but the size tree seems to be a constant discussion too. So hold on, sorry, let me get back to and then with the watering, and we talk about water being at, a very precious commodity. How do we balance that? I think will be an interesting conversation too, probably next week with the climate adaptation conversation. Sorry, my notes are kind of all over the place at this point. So when the tree dies, like I noticed, I was walking at Johnson Trail this weekend or last weekend and saw that there were a couple trees that had died. Like, what's the point when we say, in that inventory, there's the trees and this many of them have died? Do we come back and replace them as the city? Do we ask that organization who planted them in the first place? Like, what does that look like?
So trees within the public right-of-way, parks and facilities that we do have inventoried, our goal, it always has been and will be to, remove dead, dying, diseased trees as quickly as feasible. And within the new work plan, we kind of have that already kind of baked in. We replace about 20 trees a year within the public right of way. And so plantings would be funded already in there. So a tree is, through the inventory, a tree dies, it's cut down and removed. Then that triggers stump grinding for removal of that, and a tree planting, every couple months we would have, kind of bundle them together to make it an efficient process. But that's always been our desire, and it's certainly we want to do better at that, and that's where we're moving towards.
Thank you. And then thinking about the low tree count conversation about the low income areas, as we plan in the future about affordable by design, I would think we will have the same problem, which is if we have this many small units all crammed together, whether it's low income or whether it's affordable by design, we'll have that same tree issue of not enough trees planted. Have we been talking about that at all, and any ideas about that?
Well, as far as street trees would be once every 35 feet. So whether it's a very, very expensive home or a low income home, I think you probably look at the amenities that are provided for the planned unit development, being, you know, a park or some common space or plantings in the parking lot to make that ratio up. But yeah, if you have a highly dense built area, it's very hard to get natural trees in that area. And you know, as Greg mentioned earlier, with trees in the built area, they require much more maintenance. They need to grow straight, perfectly straight, and they can't affect any surface. And until we get a tree like that, I don't know if Dr. Ritter has one handy, maintenance expenses will be high.
Thank you. And then lastly, on just kind of the bigger trees part of it, is there any way that we would give like a community benefit if they were willing to plant a larger tree? Is that something we would consider?
For development, are you talking?
Yeah, sorry.
And so that's one thing the tree committee is kind of more clued into now, is requiring larger plantings to help mitigate that canopy reduction. So we had a lengthy discussion last month with the tree committee. We have a lot of newer members on the committee, and I think they now better understand their role and their ability to mitigate these impacts and require additional, plantings beyond 1-to-1 and larger, because 15-gallon is our minimum. However, City Arborist Whipple can verify. It's been a long time since we've recommended a 15-gallon tree. We're moving to 24, 36, and 48 box inch recommendations.
Great, thank you. And I had one more if I can find it. Oh, so back to the deadwood. When we talk about the carbon sequestration in the wood versus the carbon sequestration from the tree itself, is that a net positive then from the fact that the 30-year, let's say a 31-year-old tree, right, the ficus tree? So the carbon sequestration that's happening from the leaves, et cetera, is less than the deadwood that's in the bench? Is that what I'm understanding? If we were to cut it down at 31 years?
A tree grows over time, takes CO2 out of the atmosphere in the leaves and photosynthesis. And any growth of a tree that's after the first year's growth, in which it's grown out and then starts to grow wider, that is sequestration of carbon in the form of wood. And so most of all the carbon that is in a living tree is in the wood, not the leafy canopy, which sort of comes and goes. And then can I just address your previous question? I'm going to come up with the name here, the Development Review Arborist, which is a potentially new position. I'm very excited about that position because one thing that person can do as well is to look at the proposed trees for a new development. And like you said, are those appropriate? And because we see new developments planting inappropriate trees or the smallest possible trees, or what's available, what's crappy, what's cheap, all of that kind of thing. And that position is the one that can actually review that and say, no, this project is going to call for the largest possible tree that can be planted appropriately in that place, and then follow up on that. Our follow-up is just not very good with regards to tree removals and replanting and all of that. And so this is I think is a really crucial position. I'm excited about the possibility of hiring that person.
So that would also mean that that person would, in theory, be able to say in 30 years, this is what's going to happen to those roots in that house and their tree.
That's right. And also reviewing the population age structure of the urban forest in different areas and saying these are the trees that could be removed in a rotation, which we just don't have. If we're in constant damage control and there's not a person who's thinking about planning, then we don't get to ask those better questions in which you get to do planning and remove trees when they need to be and so on.
Thank you. Do you want to add?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think it'd be helpful to hear from Dr. Yost or Dr. Ritter, because I think that there's a misconception about carbon sequestration of new and older trees. And, you know, one of my neighbors is one of your colleagues, and he talks about this all the time. And maybe it'd be helpful for one of you to talk a little bit about just the newer trees and the rate by which they capture carbon compared to older trees.
Sure. Older trees sequester more carbon. So the bigger the tree and the older it is, the rate of carbon sequestration is higher. And so the number one planted tree in California right now is the crepe myrtle. Everyone loves that tree. It's little, it's well behaved, pretty bark, nice flowers, but it's a carbon negative tree, right? Because if you get a chainsaw out one time to do maintenance on that tree, that's more carbon than that tree will sequester in its whole life. So every opportunity we have to plant the biggest tree possible for the place, we should be choosing that species. You know, the worst missed opportunity is when you have a huge, 20-foot parkway and you put a crepe myrtle in it, so we should be sizing trees appropriately. And in terms of carbon sequestration, there's a lot of new research about how much carbon is sequestered in the soil around trees. And so we know that trees are sort of pumping carbon into the sink, but they do capture it in the body of their wood. And so the longer we can keep that wood from decomposing, then the longer that carbon will be sequestered. And that's why keeping the logs whole or turning it into a 2x4 that goes into a house is going to be greater carbon capture than chipping it, which then just allows fungi to return that carbon to the atmosphere.
Thank you. I think because we get a lot of emails very upset about, tearing down the eucalyptus groves or, whatever it might be. And so I think that when we hear we should probably get rid of the ficus in 30 years, that sounds like to me emails are going to come later. They're saying, why did you get rid of these trees? They're the most important things in the world. So trying to find that balance of what we're doing today and how that will affect us, 30 years and 100 years down the road is why I'm asking these questions. All right, so if no other further questions, do we have public comment? Okay, great, thanks. Well, shall we go for the questions for the council? Do you want to just answer all 7 of yours at one time? Fabulous. And Councilmember Pease, would you like to start first?
Sure. Yeah. Okay, about the size of the program and the kind of first 2, I think. I think the recommendations are great. I'm super excited. I echo Councilmember Shorsman's comment about the all-star cast here. It's really wonderful to see the collaboration. And I think I know a fair amount about trees, and I already learned a ton. So I think that we as a community have a lot to do, a lot to learn in a good way. So I think that's exciting. And 10,000 trees, 10 tall. It's like, it's working, right? People are kind of buying into it. So, even if it's a little bit of a wild guess, yeah, let's go. So I think the program's appropriate. I think the recommendations are good. I think we probably need to do the phased approach as a reasonable start. And as we go through the budget, if we can do more, it does seem like if we are doing this 30-year rotation, that we're going to be replanting, hundreds of trees every year then in order to, get through that. So there's money there. Bifurcated between the different departments, yes. Okay, the commemorative grove makes no sense to keep it at Laguna, and I don't think there's any need to. I think we could either do a new grove someplace else or just a commemorative tree program. And just like benches and, people could put it, we have places that we want trees, and people could come in and identify like, oh, that spot, this one would be great. They loved being there. And then, if, you want it to be, there's some money to it, but they don't necessarily have to cover all the expense because we're going to have that tree planted anyway. So Yes, so I think we could do something creative there. Oh, yeah, compensatory for sure. Would love to understand that better. And yeah, and like if there is a big old oak, that there needs to be really significant consequences to taking that kind of thing down. So I think we need to be a little bit more maybe granular or have some kind of a bigger objective. But so I think there's opportunities there. Community forest plan heading in the right direction. The one thing that I thought was just a little bit quirky, and I want us to be thoughtful about it, is the last point about bringing in communities and underserved communities. And it says something like, to get their buy-in. And I thought, okay, that's kind of overlaying our values. We're coming from this position and we want you people to buy into what we're into versus having more of a two-way discussion and truly understanding, what are their goals, what are their concerns, how can we change what we're doing in order to have this be shared collectively. I think we're totally doing that anyway. I think that is the value we bring to it, but I want to make sure we're intentional on our wording about that because it does sound hierarchical. And then complimentary tree giveaway grant program. Sure, if that helps with meeting the goals and feels like the right way to, just like the volunteer coordinator. I mean, if we can leverage getting trees out by just giving them away and understanding, that people will take care of them, that's awesome. Covered it?
Great, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Sure. All right. So number one, size of the program. I really feel like there's huge community buy-in for this being something that we invest in, and whether or not that's that middle path or moving towards kind of the dream path. I know there's a little bit of distance there financially, and we were just talking about adding FTE, but it also feels like this is something we need to do right if we're going to do it. So I would be more inclined towards making the investment up front. I think the community wants to see that, at least that's what I'm hearing. Number two, the urban forest implementation. That's the phased approach, full program. Yeah, so full program. Supportive of the bifurcated. Yeah, it seems like it makes a lot of sense to put it where you want to have the actual work happening. Commemorative grove. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to continue it where it is, but I really, Vice Mayor Marks was talking about her experience and the trees that her family has planted, and we've got to tread very carefully here in making sure that this is honored, that people are brought into the process, that they're made to feel like this isn't something that's just going to be disappeared underneath them. So I really want us to think carefully about how do we honor what's already there and make it special and connect what they've done to another part of the community or figure out what they want to see. The tree ordinance compensatory planting, yes, yes, yes. I want to make sure that we are in line with other communities. And I know you said we are, but I've also heard other communities have significantly higher requirements for the number of trees people have to plant when they're cutting them down for development. I also want to make sure that we get to the point I think Derek made about making sure that development is paying for the maintenance of those trees for the first 3 or 5 years or whatever makes the most sense from the tree's health. And are we heading in the right direction? Yes. Trees, it sounds like Cal Poly is already kind of getting that underway. I'm really excited about that. I don't know if it needs to come from city funds or if it can be something that we're doing through grants and through collaboration with Poly and other places, but it's a great idea. People actually ask for it all the time when they're talking to me, so I think it would be something that would be really popular. And like both Dr. Yost and Dr. Ritter were talking about, getting that community buy-in is so important, and this could be something that would make people feel like they're a part of it. So yes, I'm done.
Wonderful. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, I am going to go through the questions, but I did want to say that there are developers who are planting food trees. Like I live on Citrus Court. Guess why they call it Citrus Court? Every house has got a different, we've got a lime tree, the next neighbor's got an orange tree, and like that. So the San Luis Ranch at least is planting all over the place, lots of citrus trees. I also want to say there is a food forest on City Farm Slow. It was a community service project by Megan's Organic Market. And so there's an orchard that's planted there, and the hope is that then the fruit will be something that can go to the food bank or Glean Slow or something like that. But it takes a lot of maintenance. It takes a lot of pruning. It takes a lot of, food trees are a project in themselves. So I would not encourage it, except I do want to say that there are some churches that have enough land where they have devoted land to plant a food forest that, again, can help feed people who need food. And so that's the way to go. I think the program that's proposed sounds just perfect in terms of size. I would like to go for the full urban forest program implementation right away rather than a phased approach. And I know I'm always interested in being thrifty. So of course, if the figures come back and, I reserve the right to change my mind anytime I want to. But I would like to just get it going and do it once and do it right and launch it, I think the bifurcated urban forest services idea, it seems to work. The one reservation I would have for that is in the past, the city arborist, and we had this experience where we had an oak tree that we were pretty sure was dying in our front yard, the sudden oak death stuff. And, but we couldn't just cut it down because of the tree ordinance, right? So the city arborist came out, looked at it, said, yeah, that tree's a goner. And so we were able to get it cut down and do the stump grinding and all that. So I just don't know how contract people are going to, whether they're going to be sensitive in that way, because generally they look at trees as something that you prune or cut down. They don't necessarily, you know what I mean? I just don't know how much sensitivity and discretion they would have. I think it would have to be, they would have to be trained, especially when it comes to going to people's homes.
So, Councilmember Marks, Madam Mayor, if I could answer that question for you, that's a great question. So that role of the city arborist, wouldn't it would change potentially titles, it would change some of the scope of their duties. But if you had an oak tree on your property that was dead, dying, or diseased and need to be removed, you would have some form of a city arborist come out, file for a permit, come out and do the same thing that happened previously for you.
So there would probably be a city employee, not.
Oh, it absolutely. The only
DAV.
contract services we're looking to do is area-specific pruning and planting. So we
Got it.
still need a small tree crew because, as I mentioned, we respond to over 400 service requests annually. And emergency response is part of that. Having a contractor like we do now is great for emergency response, but sometimes you don't need the full, Army approach. Lately we have, and it's been great to have it. And so when we talk about contract services, it's strictly for pruning and replanting of those trees and kind of the proactive planning.
Good. Okay, that's reassuring. Good. So in terms of the commemorative grove program, I think what Councilmember Pease suggested, to have kind of a menu of possible ways that people can commemorate. I mean, sometimes it's to honor someone, not necessarily that they died. But I do think it's good that planting a tree in a public space, if we could identify like in a park or, if it would be possible to identify the right place for the right tree. Maybe this is the volunteer coordinator that we're talking about. but I'm glad that you're talking about expanding, whether or not to expand the commemorative grove. I don't think it should be expanded, but I don't think that it should be chopped down myself. So, with I think that we need to upgrade the compensatory planting formula. I don't think it's sufficient, especially with this new approach. The community forest plan, I think, is great. I think we're heading in the right direction. And that part of that should be to up the compensatory planting ratio. I think the tree giveaway idea is, it's brilliant as long as there's a way that it can be done that's organized and doesn't end up costing the city a whole lot of money. I think it's a great idea. Oh, I was speaking about giving trees away. So I happen to be in that Rotary Club that De Tolosa that's planted those trees. We are aware that there are some dead trees out there, and guess what? They're going to plant new ones. The squad is out there pulling out the dead ones and putting in. And I know my tree is number 54, and I go out and look at it, and we watered it for taking buckets for 3 years. So, but I think that it could be expanded to other Rotary clubs and Kiwanis and Elks or whatever. I mean, all of these service clubs are struggling to find projects. So I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. I'm going to go a little bit out of order, but just because I want to talk about the 10 Tall initiative first, I think it's one of the most innovative and cool things that we've done in a while. And we've done a lot of cool things in the city, but it's pretty unique. And I've had people just say, "Wow, you're doing that," and so I think it's worth recognizing. And there was a question, I don't know if it's on here, but are we okay with mostly planting those trees in open spaces? And I think that's probably where we have the most space to do it, but I do like the idea of giving people an opportunity to plant them in their yards and, doing some sort of tree giveaway, or maybe we incentivize them another way. Maybe they buy the tree, but I mean, obviously this would probably take some study, but we give them a little discount for for the first 3 years on their water expense, because we know that we want them to water the tree or something like that. Just more creative ways to encourage people. As one of our speakers said, people don't like trees for some reason. So let's make it something that they would want to do, so that we don't just end up with all our trees in our open spaces and parks, so that we have them in all, generally more spread out around the community. In terms of the financial plan and the size of the program, I think I empathize with Vice Mayor Marks. It's a little hard for me to, I guess I would go the Goldilocks method, not too small, not too big, maybe the phased approach at this point, because I'm a little hesitant without going through the rest of the budget process to commit to a bigger program than what we have now without knowing what the trade-offs might be in the future. We know that this is a good program. It would be well liked and appreciated by the community, but it might not be the biggest bang for our buck in terms of carbon sequestration. So it makes us feel really good, but I'm hesitant to full-throatedly, give my support to anything more than about the phased approach, I think. In terms of the bifurcated program, I spoke to Derek about this a little bit. My experience with, I supervise nurses in my day job, and I supervise a few, and most of the nurses in public health are in another division, and it's hard for them to feel connected to each other when they're in their own silo. So I guess for that reason, I see the value in having all of those forestry program staff maybe housed under one department, but with different even if they have different responsibilities by position. They can get more economies of scale by being together and sharing the same philosophy, that sort of thing. It's just what I think of, not to say that it can't work another way, but that's just from my experience in supervising people in multiple departments that have similar job duties. In terms of the commemorative grove, I would not want to see the grove cut down that's in Laguna. I don't think anybody's advocating for that, but I do like the idea of having multiple locations where people could, maybe we choose 4 or 5 locations around the city where people could plant their tree and commemorate their loved one for whatever reason. I would like to see it be a little bit more cost neutral if we could do it without making it too cost prohibitive for the people that want to participate in the program. Let's see, what did I miss? I think the community forest plan is going in the right direction. And I like the ideas about, let's see, what's number 5? Oh, yes, the tree compensatory planting. While I was on the planning commission, I remember multiple times when the commission would have wanted to ask that more trees were replacing ones that had been taken out. And so I like the idea of increasing the number that would have to be replaced, and or maybe having an option for putting in a larger tree. Maybe if, maybe you have to put in 3 to 1 in a smaller size, but 2 to 1 if you put in, the 48-inch or whatever size we chose. Yeah. So I think I covered everything.
Great, thank you. Well, let's see, what size? Yeah, the size program is totally appropriate to me. The number 2, I feel like often we do this because we have to get plans moving forward, but then yet there's other parts that we need. And as Councilmember Shorsman said, I find it odd to say what amount of dollars we should plan on when we're dealing with our budget that we're deciding on in April and June. So it seems odd to have that decision right now. So I guess I would depend on what you bring forward in the budget and tell us you would like to do. And then there'll be trade-offs at that time. Number 3, as an HR person, I find this an odd question to be brought to a policy board. Nothing bad about what you're doing, just thinking that I believe that you know your departments and the city manager knows your department, and whatever you feel is best with HR in your world, I think is the most important thing. And I would hope that the people that are involved right now, you're talking to them and getting their input as well. Number 4, I'm a past fundraiser, and a commemorative grove is one of the things that made our job is very difficult because things change. I live near Laurel Lane, and that used to be the edge of town, and it is not the edge of town anymore. My point being that we have no idea what's going to happen going forward. So bottom line is, don't want to see it expanded in the way that it is now. I love the ideas of incorporating different ways to have plaques and all of those wonderful things. Don't want to see the trees, of course, taken down that are there now, or at least if there's a way to pick them up and transplant them, but they're pretty darn big trees, so I can't imagine that being a cost-effective move. Number 5, as I think everyone has already said, compensatory. I would like to see that improved in some way, shape, or form, whether it's quantity or size. And number 6, I think the community forest plan is going in the right direction. I love that it's changing from an urban forest plan to a community forest plan. I think that has an opportunity to really have some better involvement. I don't necessarily mean buy-in, but just the ability to enjoy what they're doing in their own community, being everyone. And number 7, I love that 10 tall. I think giveaways are ways that people get excited. I mean, the way we have toilets all over this town that are low flow toilets are because we had a program, and many other communities did the same thing. I do agree with Professor Yost that it is a little odd to imagine our city budget paying for that. If there are grants and Cal Poly trees already in process, I think that's great. I know that the Arbor organization gives away free trees all the time. So I'm sure there are others as well. I think that would be great to involve in that. And I do want to come back to what Councilmember Pease said earlier that I really appreciated around the equity of like, hey, we want you to buy into ours because this is our value. So I get what you were saying on that. I think it was more of, I think there's more of a, is this something you would like to have in your neighborhood and can we help you do it? I think that was kind of how I think you were trying to say that, Mr. Hill, and I very much agree with that way, is let's get involved with the communities that we're trying to, and the neighborhoods we're trying to make change in, and make sure we're getting buy-in in that sense of, hey, how can we help you achieve something? So I think that answers all 7 questions in a very rapid fire way. And truly, again, thank you so much for getting this really complex plan here. The last thing I would say that is not in any of these questions, I guess would be maybe part of number 3 is, you know me, communication. One of the, when I heard the 40% of the city street trees were pruned in the last 18 months, that gave me some bad flashbacks of people stopping me in the grocery stores and my emails of people not understanding, oh my gosh, why are you getting rid of this? What is happening? How is the city getting rid of the trees? Don't they care about the climate? Don't they care about the trees? And this is a communication that I think we as a city have to explain to the community why we're doing this, because it's a community forest plan. This is where the community is confused as to what we're doing, or, we can always agree to disagree at times, but sometimes it's just education that's needed for the community. So, city manager's favorite comment of mine all the time, communication.
I do want to thank just everyone and thank Dr. Ritter and Dr. Yost for coming tonight. I will say that we'll look at the budget development pretty closely and look at how we can achieve the objectives. I do think that it's important to note that there's a lot of room for us to make up. I mean, as I drive down Higuera, I see all those stumps of those cypresses. And then, at the intersection of LOVR and Higuera, it's just like all these stumps. And so, I think to your point, there's a lot of opportunity for us to have, some key high profile plantings that really help the community realize the city's, real value and investment and commitment to this, that then hopefully to your point around some of the comments you hear, that people aren't confusing our maintenance with removal, right? And that, so I think that, there's 350 opportunities for us to make impressions or more in our community. And those, I look forward to having a conversation with the experts about how do we load this in a way where we build momentum, excitement, and other energies so people say, I want to get on board.
Absolutely. And, what was it, 640 comments on that tree survey in 1 month? And again, our entire budget was 1,500 comments. So clearly people care about the trees. So thank you so much for all of your work. And thank you also for joining us from Cal Poly and the community. So with that, we will have no liaison reports or anything else going on, and we'll just go ahead and end this adjourned meeting. But truly, thank you. Please, for anyone listening, be safe this weekend. I know there's going to be quite a bit of rain, and as we are already pretty saturated, there's a lot of resources. Please remember to check them out. slowcity.org/prepare. We will have a lot of information continue to be updated. And if it is safer to stay in your place, then when the storm is hitting, please do. If it is safer to get out, please do. There is directions from many of our public safety personnel, and if you can follow that, that's what we're going for. So thank you very much. We will see you on January 17th at 5:30 p.m. right here in council chambers to talk about climate adaptation, our audit of their budget, and many other exciting topics. So thank you so much. Good night.